Да. Работает. Уважаемые
Dear guests, I think it's time to start our conference. Everyone who is still enjoying his or her coffee, please go to the room and join us.
Online.
Начинаем. Уважаемые гости, добро пожаловать.
Dear guests, I'm glad to welcome you at the international conference, Transition to a Circular Economy. Please take your places. We also have a group of participants who join us online. It's possible to see today's event online on the YouTube channel of the Week of Nordic Countries. I'm glad to welcome you here in Marsch. It's the opening event of the Week of Nordic Countries. Today is the first official event of this big international event. It's organized by cultural institutes and consulates in general of Nordic countries. This year, we are speaking about environmental development and circular economy, and these topics are of high importance both for Russia and Nordic countries. One technical comment, this event is interpreted simultaneously, so if you need interpretation into English or into Russian, feel free to take the necessary technique here at the entrance. I also would like to remind you that due to coronavirus, we ask you to keep the distance if you are physically present here at this event. Also, we kindly ask you to wear the masks. Now I would like to invite the Consul General of Finland in St. Petersburg, Sanna-Maria Vanema, to hold her opening speech.
Спасибо.
Thank you, Andrei. Good morning. My name is Sanna-Maria Vanema, and I'm the new Consul General of Finland in St. Petersburg. I only came 3 months ago from Finland to St. Petersburg. I also must say that I like it very much living and working here in St. Petersburg. It's a very nice city. You can also see a lot of nice people here, and I'm glad that we work together with Nordic countries here in St. Petersburg. Dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's a big honor for me to hold the opening speech for the Nordic Weeks here in St. Petersburg. It's great to see you here in person. I also would like to greet all the participants who joined us online. I wish everyone a nice day during this conference. I'm not very good speaking Russian, so I'd better continue in English. So now I will switch to English.
We are stronger and wiser than we are individually. And this is one of the fundamental theses of the Finnish program for the presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers in 2021 this year. But it fits very well to our Nordic weeks too, that we are chairing together with the Danish colleagues this year. Our presidency is based on the vision for Nordic cooperation, which states that the Nordic region shall be the most integrated and sustainable region in the world. During the presidency, Finland promotes bioeconomy, circular economy, and accelerates the transition to a carbon-neutral North. In a specific presidency project, Finland will develop networks of knowledge and skills for a circular economy in the construction industry, to give you a concrete example. And the construction sector currently uses approximately half of the world's natural resources and is also a major source of carbon dioxide emissions. This topic, I think, is important also here in St. Petersburg and Northwest Russia. And we have also a lot of cooperation, many Finnish companies also working in this sector. And hopefully this is a theme that we can together, also promote in the future, together, with energy efficiency and things like that. The circular economy enables sustainable and profitable growth for countries, regions, and for companies. And in addition, cities play, and I would say citizens, people play a central role in achieving climate goals. To mention another example, city of Lahti in Finland is now the European Green Capital. Lahti's ambitious goal is to become carbon neutral already by 2025 in 4 years. And what they did was that they abandoned the use of coal in 2019, a couple of years ago, and now the city is heated only with recycled fuel, as well as local certified wood. And these and other concrete examples are taking place all over the Nordics. We have a lot to learn from the experts today, and I'm eager to hear and build these success stories, examples with you. But I have to say that being here in this region, which is a northern region as well, I've noted during my first few months that there is a big interest to promote greener, responsible life in this city and region as well. And you just notice it when you go and wander around. And there's a change if I compare, for example, when I was working in Moscow 20 years ago. I think this gives us all a unique opportunity for cooperation between our countries, between our cities, between our people, experts, that we should not miss. And this is the time to build for future generations. To conclude, let me warmly thank the External Relations Committee, Mrs. Galina Zaharova, спасибо большое за сотрудничество, as well as our local partner today, Bellona. And I'm especially happy, of course, all the Nordic colleagues, as well our Danish colleagues. And I'm especially happy that the Secretary General of the Nordic Council of Ministers, Ms. Paula Lehtomäki, was able to join us online. Mrs. Lehtomäki knows not only about Nordic cooperation and greener cooperation, but also about Russia. Extensive experience also on regional cooperation and global cooperation. I'm also looking forward to hear from Inge Johanneviesen, Nordic Working Group for Circular Economy. So once more, dear friends of circular economy and Nordic Northern Regional Cooperation, enjoy the conference. Хорошего дня. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. I would like to mention that this festival, Nordic Week, is supported by the Committees for External Relations of St. Petersburg, and I would like to invite Galina Zaharova, chief expert from the committee, to hold her greeting word. Dear colleagues, Ms. Vanamo, Mr. Lundin, Mr. Scarborough, I would like to start with our history, and I would like to remind you that first the Nordic Days and now Nordic Weeks are presented to us by consul generals of Nordic countries, and this event is also supported by the Nordic Council of Ministers. So I would like to congratulate the Nordic Council of Ministers to its 50th anniversary. Due to the support of the Nordic Council of Ministers, it was possible to organize a lot of really great projects and events in cultural, energy, health sector here in St. Petersburg, and our Committee for Health Policy works a lot with our Nordic partners on very interesting projects. Now back to the topic of today's event. I would like to emphasize how important it is for us in St. Petersburg to work with our Nordic partners. There are a lot of environmental projects we work on together. You know that St. Petersburg is situated on the shores of Finnish Gulf, and in this respect we have a huge impact on the environment of the Nordic region. At the same time, we do a lot to make the negative effect as small as possible. At the same time, you know that Baltic Sea is one of the main focuses of St. Petersburg city administration. Every March, we hold a forum on Baltic Sea, and next year we await the experts from the Nordic countries, as it was also all the years before. We hope that next year this event will be held physically here in St. Petersburg, and we hope that we will see a lot of partners and experts here who will discuss the topics of protecting the Baltic Sea. We also are highly interested on clean technologies, and we work hardly on transition to a circular economy. St. Petersburg is nowadays the national leader in fields of green and clean technologies, industrial symbiosis, and we work on creating a new eco-net market in Russia. That's our program of transition to a circular economy. On the 22nd of April, we successfully held the Baltic Forum of Circular Economy here in St. Petersburg. It's the first congress and exhibition event in Russia dedicated to this topic. This forum was organized by Maxim Bulanyov, who is also present here. Growing interest to international programs and best available technologies in this area is so high that we would like to make this forum a regular event, and we will be glad to see our Nordic partners at the forum. St. Petersburg is highly interested in the experience of Nordic countries in the field of circular economy, and we are very glad that today we have the opportunity to see best practices and success stories from our northern neighbors. They do a lot to minimize the use of resources, and they have highly experience in waste management. The city administration of St. Petersburg works tightly together with its partners in northern countries, and it's possible to use this experience of our northern neighbors in the city. I also would like to mention that we work a lot on the EU-Russia transnational cooperation programs. And one of the programs we want to realize together with Finland is creating an innovative complex of industrial symbiosis. If the European Commission agrees to this project, we will work on zero waste economy in the complex, which combines all the values of green economy and environmental economy. This project will be held together with Finland. We are also very interested in cooperation with universities, with cities, with companies from our countries in the field of circular economy. In the region of Baltic Sea, we also would like to start a new program, which is currently being developed and soon will be started. And we hope that you will find partners during today's event and during the events, upcoming events. We also hope that new projects on circular economy will make our new projects to success projects. Okay, thank you very much. As already mentioned, the Nordic Council of Ministers supports the Nordic Weeks in St. Petersburg. This event is held since 2010 by Consul in General of Finland, Denmark, and Norway. And right now we are glad to greet the Secretary General of the Nordic Council of Ministers, Ms. Paula Lehtomäki. Distinguished Consul General, dear members of the Nordic Council of Ministers, dear participants of the forum, and dear online participants. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to welcome you all to this interesting and very topical conference. Let's hope that we will soon be able to convene together again, to meet face to face, to shake hands and hug in real life. I believe that this will boost even more the motivation, spirit, and mood for all of us. The vision of the Nordic cooperation is to make the Nordic region the most sustainable and integrated region in the world by 2030. It is the overarching focus in the coming years for the Nordic Council of Ministers. To materialize our vision, we will, in the next 4 years, focus on the 3 strategic priorities: a green region, a competitive region, and a socially sustainable region. These priorities set the direction for us, and thus also our Nordic-Russian cooperation. As close neighbors, we share a common sea and we share a common region. With the rest of the world, we share a common globe. I firmly believe that making our lives more sustainable and boosting green transition are the biggest and most important tasks of our time. The recent report by the IPCC shows that climate change is a challenge, and it's a challenge for all humans. I'm glad that we have been able to find areas of cooperation between partners in both the Nordic countries and northwestern Russia on these topics. The Nordic Council of Ministers and its partners in the Nordics and Northwest Russia continue our activities in many spheres, despite all the difficulties posed by the pandemic. This also involves continuous dialogue on the political level. Certain changes over the last years haven't exactly paved the way for international cooperation. However, the Nordic Council of Ministers program for Russia, which launched in 2016, is operational and it's strong. The funds from the Nordic side amounts to approximately 240 million Russian rubles annually. I would like to assure you that the Nordic Council of Ministers is present as a stable partner and that we are ready to cooperate on common issues to contribute for a better future for the region. Let me now give you several examples. The last couple of years, the Nordic Council of Ministers has supported cooperation projects in Murmansk, in Arkhangelsk and the Karelian Republic in bioeconomy, which I think might be of special interest for today's deliberations. Northwestern Russia has a lot in common with the Nordic countries in terms of bioeconomy, vast forests, fertile fishing grounds, and also a long tradition for local agricultural production in sparsely populated areas. These similarities mean that collaboration is both logical and fruitful. On the level of strategic cooperation, the Nordic Council of Ministers is currently leading the policy area bioeconomy within the European Union's macro-regional strategy for the Baltic Sea region. Although not in the European Union, Russia is an active participant in the strategy, and this opens for dialogue and partnership on the level of ministries and regional authorities. When we speak of new projects, this year, despite the pandemic, we received 75 applications for Nordic cooperation with northwestern Russia and other countries in the Baltic Sea area. Most of the proposals are interesting and of high quality. They offer creative and forward-thinking input to achieve our Vision 2030. The evaluation process for the new round is about to be concluded soon, so we will be able to communicate which projects will be granted funds this year. We calculate around 25 projects in different spheres and geographies for a total of around 120 million rubles. Dear participants, these numbers and the results of our cooperation are encouraging. As we are hopefully also coming out on the other side of the pandemic, we can look out for a brighter and optimistic time. We shall work for bright and sustainable future, together in a cooperative spirit. We will work together in the area of green transition and other fields. Thank you for your patience and interest. I wish you an interesting and entertaining conference day.
Right. So now we move on to the program of our conference. Let's talk about the topic of the conference, circular economy. And of course, our international conference is in mixed format. So I hope that our first speaker, Inger Johan Wiese, is here with us. Hello, Inge. Inge Johan Wisse is the chair of the working group for circular economy of the Nordic countries. So now we are going to listen to the presentation about the strategy of circular economy in Nordic countries. And after that, you will be able to ask several questions to Inge on the topic of her presentation. Let's start.
Good morning to all. My name is Inge Johanna Wies. I'm the chair of the Nordic Circular Economy Working Group, and I'm going to speak on the transition to a circular economy, Nordic experiences. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me to speak at this interesting and important conference on behalf of the Nordic Circular Economy Working Group. We are in a pandemic crisis, but also in a climate and biodiversity crisis. The latest scientific reports and assessments underscore that we have significant challenges with regard to rapid climate change, biodiversity degradation, and toxic substances and plastic pollution. These are threats to our ecosystems and imply significant risks to our societies as well. The Nordic countries have a Nordic vision to develop green, competitive, and social sustainable societies, a vision adopted by the Nordic prime ministers in 2019. The aim is to build the Nordic region to be the most integrated and sustainable by 2030. The EU is in the lead with their Green Deal and their second circular economy action plan. This action plan provides a future-oriented agenda for achieving a cleaner and more competitive Europe together with economic actors, consumers, citizens, and civil society organizations. To state it simply, we need a new type of economic growth based on a linear economy should be replaced by toxic-free circular economy with less environmental impacts and efficient use of resources. How can the Nordic countries contribute? The Nordic Working Group on Circular Economy contributes to stimulate the cooperation between Nordic countries. It's a working group below the senior officials of Nordic Council of Ministers and consists of representatives from all Nordic governments and autonomous regions like Greenland, Faroe Islands, and Åland. The Nordic work is linked to the Nordic Vision 2030, a green Nordic region. Together, we shall try to move in the direction of increasing the degree of circularity in our economies. The Nordic countries can lead by example. The Nordic countries have developed strategies and targets for their policies. Their approaches vary, but in general, they focus on the elements as listed in the slide. Finland developed their circular economy roadmap already in 2016 and updated it in 2019. This year, the Finnish government has signed the strategic program for circular economy that aims at economic success in a carbon-neutral circular economy society by 2035. And they have put up a target. The total consumption of primary raw materials in Finland in 2035 will not exceed what it was in 2015. The focus in the circular transition is on knowledge and education, carbon neutrality and digitalization. Denmark has a strong focus on sustainable production and consumption to stimulate business activities. A focus is on how to develop design of products and to strengthen waste management, sorting, and to create markets for secondary raw materials. Environmental footprints and eco-labeling are other important tools. Sweden emphasized the need to develop a resource-efficient, non-toxic, circular and bio-based economy. Sweden also has a strong focus on utilizing bio-based materials in the eco-industrial park outside Norrköping for biofuel production, feed production, greening of metallurgical industry, etc. In the coming national Swedish work, priority in the transition to a circular and bio-based economy will be given to plastics, textiles, renewable and bio-based raw materials, food, the construction and property sector, including building and demolition waste, and innovation-critical metals and minerals. The government of Iceland has a firm belief in circular economy as one of the key elements to decrease greenhouse gas emissions and reach climate neutrality by 2040. There is an emphasis on green public procurement, focusing on low-carbon public construction and transportation, eco-labeled goods, and life cycle costs. A recently published National Waste Management Plan focuses on eliminating disposal and implementing high-quality recycling. At the moment, most of the focus is placed on the food value chain, plastics and textiles. Norway presented its strategy in June this year and will develop policy and policy instruments both nationally and in cooperation with the EU to achieve a framework for value creation and green competitiveness in Norway. The strategy will underpin the government's efforts to exploit the potential for value creation in Norwegian business and industry more fully. And it includes specific action points for the bio-based sector, the process industry, construction and buildings and service industries, including retail and wholesale trade. Norway has already begun the transition to a circular economy. The business sector has, for example, worked systematically on the preparation of roadmaps for green competitiveness. Many counties and municipalities are now taking a circular approach to the development of a low-emission society, and the government will support the local authorities in their efforts. They play a key role in ensuring close cooperation and coordination between various stakeholders in the business sector, civil society, and between different administrative levels. The Nordic Working Group has important projects going on with regard to identifying the potential for circular economy in the Nordic countries, green public procurement, develop new business models. Can we in the future rent or share products and services instead of buying? Furthermore, environmental footprints and products encourage use of labeling and stimulate responsible consumption. And finally, I analyze how batteries can improve quality and prerequisites for recycling. We have during the last year completed reports such as indicators for circularity, education material for schools, chemical smart daily life, and how to minimize waste. Furthermore, a report on the potential for circular economy, phase 1, is concluded. And later this fall, 3 additional reports will follow on green public procurement, symbols to promote sorting and clean waste streams, potential for circular economy in the Nordic countries, phase 2. Through these projects, the working group develops and builds knowledge. Dissemination of knowledge through webinars and workshops in the Nordic countries can contribute to drive change. We can also contribute with knowledge and input to Nordic and EU process and to ministerial meetings, and eventually to reach our common goals and Nordic vision. the NCE will contribute to deliver input to the ministerial meetings during the Norwegian chairmanship starting up in January 2022. Some examples on policies and experiences from the Nordic countries. There are a number of activities going on in the Nordic countries. A number of projects at the municipal level are described in a report made by Plan Miljø, a Danish consultancy company. And the report lists a number of projects in municipalities in Denmark, Sweden, Finland, and Norway that can be studied more closely. And the report is available on the website of the Nordic Council of Ministers. It underscores that the need of strategies at the local regional level, the need of such strategies, and that the strategy must be anchored at the top administrative level. Experts must be available in the administration to follow up, and communication and partnerships with business and civil society is also important. The report from Plan Miljø provides a number of examples from municipalities, and I'll mention some of them, as you can see from the slides. It's repair of furniture and IT for reuse, which saves cost and resources. And municipalities in Sandborg and Malmö have been involved in these such activities. In Copenhagen and other municipalities, there has been a strong focus on green public procurement. And there has also been a focus on to consider rent and lease instead of buying. And this goes for both IT and furniture. And furthermore, in Malmö municipalities, there has been a demand for take-back solutions for IT systems. Furthermore, in Oslo, there is a project, a construction project by Future Built and Entra, which required use of secondary raw materials in a new construction project. Furthermore, efficient waste management has also been promoted, and to create a demand for secondary raw materials for roads and buildings. And furthermore, other municipalities have taken ownership to waste resources, which will provide income to municipalities. And furthermore, other communities and municipalities have stimulated business opportunities in eco-industrial clusters and parks, like in Kalundborg in Denmark, Norrköping in Sweden, Mo i Rana and Eide cluster in Norway, Hydrovolt in Fredrikstad, Norway. The latter one being a plant which is now being established for recycling of electric batteries. Many projects provide cost savings because they are based on resource efficiency and savings. It is essential to understand that waste is a valuable resource when it's sorted and reused. In addition, repair projects often has social positive aspects, creating green jobs to people with limited work capacity. Let me also say a few words about further policy developments. The EU has been a strong driver of the transition to a more circular economy since the first action plan in 2015. And the second action plan, published in 2020, is regarded as one of the main building blocks of the European Green Deal. The new EU Commission proposal this year, Fit for 55, will strengthen climate policies to meet the strengthened climate ambitions for 2030 and 2050, and includes a number of measures that will also contribute to circular economy. The package Fit for 55 also includes a series of policy proposals related to the energy and transport sectors. And furthermore, the EU taxonomy regulation establishing criteria for sustainable projects will also stimulate the financial market to finance green investments and stimulate circular economy. Let me sum up. The Nordic countries have provided national strategies and policies and taken measures to follow up on EU policies. Nordic countries contribute with knowledge, experiences and input to EU policy process and by practical projects and experiences. Business and civil society contribute to constructive solutions. Nordic Innovation, Nordic Circular Hotspot and other networks are stimulating this work in addition to national authorities, as you can see from the last slide. There are several civil society networks that also play an important role with regard to circular economy. We need to take different roles, and public authorities at the national, regional and local level have a role to play to facilitate and support the transition, take measures and keep a good dialogue with different partners. I wish you the best for the conference on circular economy and for successful cooperation in the future. Thank you for the attention.
Большое спасибо, Инге.
Thank you very much, Inge. Thank you. We have a good opportunity to ask questions. Are there any questions from the hall? I would like to repeat that we have a live stream. So if there are any questions in the chat, we are also able to take them. Any questions, please? Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. My question goes as follows. You shared great experience of Nordic countries. So we know that Nordic countries and the European Union are in the lead of the green movement, in the lead of greener future. But how can we develop relationship with the countries that are not fast enough on this track, that are only starting to think about circular economy? I mean, it's good to be a leader, showing an example, but how can you develop a dialogue with other countries? Because we are all in one boat, and climate change impacts all of us. We all have to do something about it. We have to cooperate as far as these challenges are concerned.
Please, just a comment. Please raise the questions in English, because I don't have the translation available.
I guess you have to select in your Zoom interpretation and then select language, but...
Yeah, but I guess that
Okay.
if you can
Yes, sure.
do it in English now, I will do my best to answer.
Да, я повторю еще раз.
I would like to repeat my question once again. How can we build the dialogue with the countries that have not achieved much success in sustainable development or circular economy?
How do you see the potential of cooperation and collaboration with countries outside of the EU or outside of the Nordic region? Because, of course, these solutions are very important for all the neighboring countries across around Europe. But how do you see the possibilities of this interaction?
Thank you for this interesting question. And for sure, the Nordic countries want to work with all countries around the world on these issues. and share our experiences and so on when possible. And for instance, I could mention that the Nordic Circular Hotspot is involved in a European and global network that arranges conferences on circular economy. So there will be an upcoming conference already next week from the 13th to 15th of September. So it should be possible also for a Russian delegation to link up to this conference, I think. You should sort out that. And there will be a follow-up conference later in November, 24th to 26th of November. And that is a Nordic Circular Summit. And if there is an interest, it's possible to check out the possibility for participation, at least to listen in.
Yes, thank you very much, Inger. Есть ли еще вопросы к Ингер?
Are there any questions to Inge? Please don't forget to use the mic. Hello. And in what city did they build the plant for recycling of batteries?
Factory for the batteries. Sorry, I didn't follow this up.
Oh, yeah, this is a very interesting project between Norway and Sweden, involving Norvolt in Sweden and Hydro in Norway. And they have decided to make a joint venture and establish a plant in Fredrikstad in Norway, southern part of Norway. And it will be established by the end of this year and get up and running. So it's an example of how we cooperate across countries, but this is a business initiative. That's also important, but it has got a lot of public government support as well.
Yes, thank you very much, Inger. Unfortunately, for questions, because we also need to follow up with our panels and speakers. I'm sincerely thankful for your participation today. Thank you very much. Я поблагодарил нашего спикера, поскольку времени умалимо.
Yeah, we have to continue our work. We have a program of the conference, and I would like to say a couple of words of what awaits us. We have 3 panel discussions. Panel discussion number 1 will start straight away. It's called Rethinking Consumption. After that, we have a coffee break. At 12:40 St. Petersburg time, the second panel will start to the topic of circular bioeconomy. After that, we will have again a short break. And 14:30 St. Petersburg time, we'll have the third panel to the topic of textile and food waste management. I would like to invite Maria Zhivlakova, moderator of the first panel, coach and consultant, expert on circular economics, sustainable development and effective learning, author of the first educational course on circular economics in Russian. Please welcome to the floor. And if I'm not mistaken, you will even have a second person taking part in this discussion physically. I would like to greet you, dear participants, and I would like to thank the organizers to work as moderator of this first panel. I would like to share with you my feelings because the feelings are overwhelming for me. I started discussing the topic of circular economy in 2005, and I can't believe that 15 years later we hear about circular economy from all over the world, and we have the opportunity to listen to real strong experts. We will also have this opportunity today. I will help to moderate today's event. I will keep track of the time, I would like to invite Irina also to the stage. Irina managed to come here in person, and it's great to welcome one of the participants of the discussion here. Irina Kiuru is one of our speakers. She is Strategic Marketing and Business Development Director of the company Lindström. And I would like to mention 3 more panelists and speakers who joined us online. You actually can use the interpreting tool of Zoom to listen to all the information either in Russian or in English. We also will have a chance to hear about the experience not only of the company Lindström, but also from the company Bergans from Norway. Ingvild Ofstad, sustainability manager of this company, has joined us online. Another organization you have probably called of is Citra. And Marlene Ahonen, specialist of circular economy for biodiversity, has joined us. Another speaker, Nadezhda Ulstrup Hansen. I have goosebumps when I hear her name because she is a key person in the field of circular economy. She's administrative project manager of Kalundborg Symbiosis from Denmark. And it's really great that we will have a chance to listen to all the information from the first hand. Today, we are going to speak with you about the topic of rethinking consumption. But I can imagine then each and every one of us has her own understanding of what is hiding behind these words, rethinking consumption. So we'll use this time we have to hear about the experience of every company represented by our experts. I will give word to every participant of our discussion, and we will move step by step. We will find out what these companies do, how they have developed. And I would like to start with Irina Kiuru, because she's present here in the room. Could you please tell us a couple of words what your company does and why circular economy is important for your company? Thank you. Thank you very much, Maria. I'm not sure whether my presentation will be shown to everyone, but even if it's technically impossible, I'll be able to speak also without slides. It's not critical. I would like to greet all the participants of this conference, and for me, it's really great pleasure to take part in this panel. The company Lindström already works for more than 27 years in Russia and more than 35 years in Finland. And circular economy is fundamental for our company because we work with textiles. We reuse textiles, we repair it, we recycle it and use it as secondary raw material. This topic has become trend in our country, but not also in Finland. And it's a great pleasure for us because, as I already mentioned, the circular economy principles are key and fundamental for our company. Why is it so important to speak on circular economy topics when we speak about textiles? Textiles are number 2 in the world when we speak about pollution. And the company Lindström sees its mission not only in reducing the carbon footprint, but also in education. And it's very important for us to mention these topics again and again in different countries. And it's very important for me to speak today in St. Petersburg. We have a lot of initiatives. I already have mentioned that our aim is to recycle 100% of our textiles. Right now, we achieved the goal of 30%, but we keep on working in this direction. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak about that. It's very important for us, and I'll be glad to answer your questions. Irina, thank you very much. I would like also to invite our other speakers to the round. I would like to ask Marlena Ahonen from Finland to say a couple of words about herself and Sitra.
From Helsinki. I would love to be there in the beautiful city of St. Petersburg, but hopefully soon-ish. As Maria already presented myself, I'm a circular economy specialist working in the Finnish innovation fund Sitra. And we've been accelerating the change of the whole Finnish society into a circular one since 2015. And as we heard from the earlier presentations, Finland is one of the forerunners, and actually the roadmap built to a circular economy of Finland was established by Sitra, and it was made in a large joint collaboration with all the different stakeholders and of Finnish society. Sitra is a public, independent think, do, and connect tank, and we have, for example, have in addition to building the world's first circular economy roadmap, we have supported creation of circular economy packages for all levels of education throughout the whole Finnish educational sector, as well as created tools for businesses in order to enable them to transform to circular economy, as well as funded over 100 circular economy projects in various industries. Great to be on board. This is short and sweet.
Спасибо большое. Продолжаем наше.
Thank you very much. I would like now to give a word on our virtual stage to Ingvild Ofstad, Sustainability Manager from the company Bergens, Norway. Please tell us a couple of words why you have decided to take part in this conference, why the company Bergens is important in this respect, and what you do. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. It's fun to be a part of such an international conference. It's been a long time since we've done that. I did have a presentation, but I don't have the opportunity to share it. But I can try to talk a little bit about what we're doing. We are a 100-year-old outdoor company from Norway. We produce products that are meant to be used outside in nature, like backpacks, canoes, tents, sleeping bags, but also a lot of clothing for skiing, trekking, and other kinds of outdoor activities. And of course, as a producer of products that are to be used outside in nature, our concern for preserving nature and the climate is quite on the top of our agenda. We work ambitiously with sustainability, both backwards in our supply chain, but also in the last years, much more with the circular economy and connecting with our customers in order to try to prolong the life of our products. Recycling for us is quite difficult. There are not many actors that are recycling our type of clothing. They're quite technical. They contain a lot of different parts. We do have a recycling project, but our main focus is prolonging the life. So we do repair. We've had a repair service actually for over 100 years. But in the last years, we're trying to make this service even more known to the Norwegian population. We've established repair services in our stores, and we have actually a car touring around the country offering repair to Norwegians everywhere in order to make the service more known, but also to have a sort of a more conscious consumption and try to engage our customers in this. We've also started several other services, such as collecting used clothing, and we're reselling this in our stores. The products that we collect that we cannot sell, we do redesign products out of and sell those. And then we've also tried to try some rental solutions. So we rent out products in our stores and also together with the Norwegian Trekking Association. And we've also launched a subscription model for kids' clothing so that the kids can wear a coverall for the whole season, give it back and get a new size. So they sort of always have a coverall that they can use and they pay a monthly fee for this. Lastly, we have a very interesting collaboration with a Finnish company called Spinnova. They make a very sustainable new material out of trees. It's cellulose, and you might know this from viscose and tencel, lyocell, bamboo. But all these products are made from chemical processing. Spinnova makes fibers out of cellulose by using a mechanical process, thereby avoiding all kinds of harmful chemicals in the process. We managed to make some products together with them, and it's actually possible to recycle this material and it will stay the same quality. And this is important for us because recycling is often downcycling when it comes to textiles. It's difficult to get the same quality. But the Spinnova has resulted in a great or greater even quality for the recycling. Sorry, it's a bit echo here. So this is sort of an innovation project that we're working on, but very exciting to reach out to our neighbors in Finland and have great results together. And now we see that Adidas and H&M and other companies are teaming up with Spinnova as well. So we're looking forward to see where Spinnova is going, and we're happy to be a part of their start. So that's it from Bergans. We think that retailers and textile companies have a big role to play in the green shift, both backwards in our value chains, but also when it comes to launching circular services. We're a bit struggling to get them to be profitable, but we really hope they will be in the future. So we'll keep working on it. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Ингвил. И получается, что мы сейчас...
Thank you very much, Ingvild. Already in this short presentation, we have heard several strategies and examples of work in the field of circular economy. That was very interesting to hear how you integrate these principles into the work of your companies. I actually would like to address a question to all participants. After that, I will give a word to Sophia Bystedt. You heard that the company Bergans gives the opportunity to rent equipment for trekking. And for me, it's a very good idea because I am fond of outdoor activities and I would like to rent equipment, but I didn't try to use the equipment of the company Bergans. Maybe that will change now. I don't know, maybe everyone present in the room could raise the hand or put down the mask and put it back. Are you ready to rent a good outdoor jacket, knowing that someone has already used it, and this jacket maybe has already been once on Everest Mountain? Who of you is ready to rethink his or her own consumption model and to use such equipment instead of buying the legendary Bergans jacket? Interesting. I think that almost everyone present here has raised the hand. That's great. Let us now find out what helps companies become greener again. The next presentation is dedicated to a whole association of such companies. Nadezhda Ulstrup-Hansen, please tell us a couple of words about yourself and about Kalundborg Symbiosis, because it's also a legendary project. Unfortunately, we cannot hear you. Please check whether your mic is turned on.
Окей. То есть у меня нет возможности.
Unfortunately, I cannot show you the visual materials, but I will try to speak without my presentation. Hello, I'm greeting you from a small Danish town of Kalundborg. It's about 100 kilometers away to the west from Copenhagen, and the city is famous for Kalundborg symbiosis. As Maria said, it's a symbiotic partnership between 12 factories and enterprises located here. It's a unique kind of cooperation, which is considered to be one of the best examples of circular economy in Denmark and the whole world. In 2022, it's going to celebrate its 50th anniversary. If you have not heard about it before, symbiosis is the what we know from biology, and it means that different organisms live together. And it's very good attributed to the symbiosis of business, governmental organizations, and civil society for circular economy, when the waste of one company becomes raw material for another company, creating the so-called circular economy. Out of 12 companies, 9 of them are private companies. Let me give you a list. Oil refinery plant, electric power plant, producer of carbon, producer of insulin, a plant which treats technical oil, bioenergy plant which produces biogas from bio-waste, Unibio company which transforms biogas to protein, and companies producing food products. So the last company joined the symbiosis recently, and it also plans to change the already existing building according to the needs and with the focus on Kalundborg symbiosis partnership. There are also 3 municipalities: the municipality of the region itself, then communal service, which provides water, is engaged in water supply and water sewage, and waste management company. Close location of the companies is a good benefit because it provides trust and mutual contribution to greener environment. The partnership is focused on financial growth and sustainability. Over the last 50 years, a lot of efforts were made to create a unique ecosystem. Today, it includes 20 different flows that circulate between the partners. There are 3 groups: water, including treated and untreated wastewater, water supply, and there's also electric power, condensate, central heat, and natural gas, and various materials like waste, slime, sand, waste like biomass, fertilizers, and so on. And there are contracts between 2 or several partners. Let me give you one example. Kalundborg bioenergy plant. It treats the waste from Novo Nordisk plant. It's namely a biogas, which has similar benefits as natural gas, and then the waste from this production is given to local farmers as fertilizers. Kalundborg Symbiosis is organized as a private association. It is headed by the Council of Directors, and they pay fees. I'm a member of the Secretariat, so I am located right in the office here. Thank you very much, Nadezhda. Now we understand better what people and what organizations and companies are going to help us better understand what we can do to rethink our consumption. Look, consumers of the companies are completely different. There is partnership between business enterprises. There are also municipalities and simple consumers like all of us, people present here in the hall, so individual consumers, this is what I mean. And right now I would like to ask one question to Irina. Irina, what is the main motivation of your company to search for opportunities to transfer to circular economy? Is it about awareness, or do you think that you want to become better, eco-friendlier? Is it because you understand risks, or because you understand long-term profit of it? Could you share your opinion on that? There was one speaker, as far as I remember, it was Inge, who said that it's difficult to get profit. Maybe you managed to get profit. Well, let me start from the last question. We managed to get profit, and of course, one of our values is profitable growth, but our value number 2 is responsibility. Responsibility in wider meaning, responsibility for our activity, responsibility for business partners, because we're a B2B company and we develop the business of our partners jointly. Responsibility, this is how our business cycle is woven. A good question about motivation. Everything you mentioned are parts of our motivation. Of course, motivation works differently on different levels of our company. For example, there is a responsibility as understanding of our awareness at the level of top management, owners of the company, founders of the company. And of course, there are different reasons why we do it in different markets. It's not a secret that it is demanded. When you speak about sustainable development, they don't look at you like you are saying something strange. People know what it is, and even if people don't know, they're interested to know. This is why we are happy. This is what we have been striving for several years. When we talked about that some years ago, people did not understand it. Now it has changed. What motivates our employees? For our company, it's natural. So there is no other way out. What motivates our partners? Well, here, frankly speaking, not all the partners are interested in sustainable development. I see that food production, retail, Western companies closer to the final consumers, and final consumers are already interested in eco-friendly production, but we still have a lot of things to do. Right. Irina, I think that our participants and listeners do not really understand what circular things you offer in your business, especially in B2B sector, because your consumers are not visitors of malls, but these are some companies. Could you tell us about one particular project, for example, and how it is complied with the principles of circular economy? So the models of Lindström business are as follows. Our business is divided into several sectors. Renting of mats. So when you enter the hall, you step on the mat, and this is Lindström mat. We rent them, and we provide maintenance of mats. We take them away, we clean them, and bring them back, so the life cycle becomes longer. When you can no longer use the mats because they do not fulfill their functions anymore, we take them and recycle them into small rubber substances, and then it is used to fill in sports equipment for boxing, for example. Our second sector is uniform for employees, and we do a lot for business. We used to hear a lot from business like, why should we rent it if we can buy it and simply throw it away 1 year after? So we do not buy and throw away. We provide uniform, then we take it, we repair it. Over the last year, we have repaired 4.5 million units of the uniform, preventing additional waste. In addition to that, the uniform is recycled, and I'm proud to say that the Russian department ranks number 1 in terms of textile recycling. After that, this uniform can be also recycled to make raw materials for oil industry. We also provide textile for hotels and restaurants when people do not buy but rent. Inge asked if it is possible to move on to renting instead of buying, and Lindström is the company where you can rent instead of buying. So you can rent some equipment or clothes from us, and you can be sure that we minimize the cost for the production of our goods. We are responsible, and the textile that you bring to us is then used by other companies or recycled in the most eco-friendly way. I think that now it's clear for you, right? What I mean. Do I understand you correctly that secondary recycling is made at the level of material? Yes. When we speak about recycling, it's about that. For a long time, the uniform recycling was quite difficult. Why so? Because there is cotton fiber, polyester fiber, and such recycling is difficult because you need to divide the fibers. But now there is technological advance. There are a lot of partners engaged in this industry. So we do a lot of steps to make sure that it's a full cycle recycling when we do not incinerate the clothes to get energy, but when we recycle the products to get new products. Thank you very much. And now I would like to address to other experts. Frankly speaking, here in Russia, as far as I know, it happens often that when people hear the word circular economy, the first thing that dawns on them is separation of waste and secondary recycling of waste. But actually, these are less preferable options when it comes to recycling of materials, when we just recycle clothes to get initial raw materials. This is the process you need to spend as much energy as possible for. So it's better to preserve the product and to keep the value. I would like to make one correction. So we also recycle not only to produce raw materials, but we recycle to get materials for oil industry and petrochemicals. Right, thank you for your correction. So I would like to ask all other speakers to comment on that. What about your companies and your projects? How do you manage to find the balance? I mean, on the one hand, there is a perfect picture of circular economy where recycling is the less preferable thing. On the other hand, there is a stereotypical thinking of consumers when they think that circular economy is all about secondary recycling. So how do you find optimal strategies in your projects? And after that, we will take questions from the hall on this topic. Could you please comment on that? How can you find the balance between real circular economy and is recycling a part of it? And how can we change the mindset of consumers to rethink?
Sorry. Excellent, thank you. That's a really, can I go first? Great. That's a really common way of thinking and common thinking of circular economy being recycling, utilization of side streams. And it is indeed an important part of it, but it goes way beyond it. Since circular economy is basically, there's the word economy there. So it's an economic model, which is based on not focusing on producing more and more goods, but in which consumption is more based on using services such as sharing, renting, and recycling of what we just heard from Bergans as well as Lindström. And where, of course, it's important that materials in the end are not wasted, but they're utilized as the basis of new products. So instead of, we're talking about rethinking consumption, but what we're saying is we're rethinking ownership here in Sitra. So basically it will go towards more and more of not needing to own the stuff that we need to utilize, but having the the means of using them, and the companies keeping the ownership of products actually. So having the material circulate is really important, but actually having the means of having the products at the maximal level of usage, that's the other part that is important. That's the way we are gonna actually get the amount of consumption down and the amount of natural resources used down. Car sharing is really basic example, but we just heard of excellent examples of clothing sharing from B2B sector, but there's actually other ones from B2C sector as well as from Bellona about on how can we already rent trekking goods, which is excellent.
Спасибо большое, Марлена, за ваш...
Thank you very much, Marlene. And now I would like to ask Ingwell, what about your company? You also have different schemes how to make the life cycle of products longer. How do your consumers think about circular economy? What is the place of recycling? What do you think about the priorities there? How do you manage to keep the balance? How do you move to the perfect model?
Well, how to answer? This is sort of a test and trial for us. We really believe that circular services will be a bigger part of the textile industry going forward. And we see that we need to learn how to do this in order to make it profitable as well. So we're taking our time. Repair, as I said, we've done for a long time, and it's not very profitable that either, but we see that the customers that use our repair service, they come back. They trust our brand, they trust our opportunity to really repair their quite expensive clothing for them. So that's sort of a more easy solution, I think, for our customers to understand. Customers are a bit more strange to the rental part in Norway. Norwegians really love their outdoor gear and they want to own it. We have a culture for this, and we have storage room full of skis and sleeping bags and tents and clothing that we use once a year, or maybe more often. But even so, it's strange for Norwegian to rent outdoor clothing. So for us, it's both about learning how to do it. It's sorry, it's a bit echo. It's a whole new business model. We're used to just selling products and saying goodbye and hope that it live for a long time. But suddenly the products are coming back. We need to check them, repair them, maybe wash them, check that the tent poles are there and hold before we rent it out again. We need storage room and we need online solutions that we do not have at the moment. So our biggest challenge is really we do all this in quite a small scale still, but the challenge is really to scale it up. And to get all the systems working, the accounting, the logistics, all the handling in between, and also getting the customers more used to this kind of new ownership or loaning instead of owning. So we see this as we don't make money out of this business models now, the renting or the subscription. But we do believe, and we have a strong management that really believes in these kinds of developments. And as I said, we're really nature-loving people in Bergens. Everyone's going outside all the time. It's if you're not a sort of outdoor person when you start in Bergens, you become, because you have to go a couple of days out in the nature and learn your learn your way. So I think it's deeply embedded. I heard someone talk about the co-workers and the passion for this, and this is really, really important in Bergens as well. So I don't know, there's a lot of challenges ahead, both internally for us to really get these models going big scale, also for our customers to getting more used to rental instead of ownership. And we're also looking to to the government to see what can they help us with, because we have a tradition in Norway for the government being quite active in sort of engaging a more sustainable way, like in the electric car policy. The government has been very, very active in giving incentives to consumers in order to go from petrol and diesel cars and over to electric cars, and it's worked very well. And we're looking for the same in our business, because we need more of our competitors as well. We need our competitors to do rental, to do repair, to do secondhand sales, because the more the services are available for people, the more they will be used. So we're quite actively trying to talking to politicians to include retail in the discussion and the climate and nature discussions. So it's a long way forward.
Подскажите, пожалуйста.
Did I understand you correctly that right now the competence for using this model, or I mean the competitors. You don't have too many competitors in this field of renting clothes, and you are a kind of trendsetter in Norway and the first one to try this approach.
Some other companies doing rental, but not in our business actually. There are some startups doing rental for women's clothing and also kids' clothing, but we do not see a lot of our other competitors doing this. Some are doing secondhand sales, some are doing repair, but not many are doing rental solutions. So we're actually talking to Swedish companies and Finnish companies in order to discuss and to learn from each other, because this is such a new area for us. And we're testing some solutions. That I'm testing some solutions, and Swedish companies are testing some. So we are just asking for to meet them and to discuss, actually, to become better altogether. We compete on sales, but on sustainability, we really to collaborate in order to solve a common challenge, I would say.
Спасибо большое. И я хочу попросить.
Thank you very much, and I would like to ask Nadezhda to comment on the same question. Although we understand that the projects Nadezhda represents are of a different kind, also partly of a different level, but still recycling on general level and recycling on the industrial level can actually lead to symbiosis, and sometimes we have the impression we already manage everything fine with recycling, and everything already is invented, the products are recycled, we are ecological, sustainable, etc., etc. When you speak about industrial objects, about big enterprises, how do you present this idea of prolonging the life cycle, of reducing waste, of sending the materials to recycling? What is the strategy? How do you do that? All the projects we heard of before are rather of B2B sector, renting textile, renting interior textiles for hotels, or renting outdoor clothes. That's one side of the coin. But how do you deal with the question of recycling and stereotype of circular economy as a secondary recycling field in the industrial sector when big enterprises communicate with each other? Thank you. I would like to start with the following statement. There are not only these 12 enterprises which actually lead to this symbiosis. There are a lot of smaller enterprises which are not our partners, not our members. We also try to work with these companies. If you take every single company, you will find their own vision and strategy in the field of recycling and secondary use of resources. But our target is a different one. We try to invite them for collaboration in our symbiosis. It's a much simpler way for us. A lot of companies say it's too expensive for us. We don't need that. But when you have several enterprises around one field, one sector of work, it's much more simpler, economically seen, but also from the point of view of environmental policy. Okay, thank you very much. So you try to find a solution through collaboration, and you manage to find ways to somehow find a solution for that. Okay, dear participants, now you have a chance to ask your questions, to comment on what you have heard. We have a mic here in the room. If you address your question to a certain expert, please mention that. If your question is for all participants, then also please say that. I have a question to Irina. Thank you. I wear working uniforms because I have to wear one, and Lindström offers a really great service in this respect. And your model is very understandable for other companies. I know other companies offering such models. Your B2B model is clear. My question is the following. Did you consider going to B2C market, and what would be your concept? And the second question, what textiles exactly are you using when you produce uniforms? Because it's probably not only textile, there are also some resources which are not renewable. For example, Bergans has now this partnership with Spinova from Finland. Do you consider something like that? And what would be the conditions for you to use renewable textiles and new ecological materials for your clothes? Thank you for the question. Thank you for the compliment to our company and for understanding our business model. It took us many years to make this strategy understandable for business partners. As for renewable textiles, that's our aim for the upcoming years. We closely collaborate with new startups and with famous companies. Right now, we work in the format of ecosystems, not only in Finland, but also in other countries. We work together with European Textile Association on these projects, and we understand it very well how the cotton plants are damaging the environmentals. We understand that cotton is also part of our clothes. It's important so that our textiles can breathe. But as at the moment, we find a company which can produce textiles with similar qualities or with the same qualities, we would switch to it. Of course, I also have mentioned that our company wants to earn money, and this new textile should be also payable. But it's one of our strategic aims, switching to new textiles. Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, I have skipped the first part of your question, this entering the B2C market. Yes, thank you for mentioning that. We define ourselves as B2B company. We do not have plans to enter the B2C market, but we tried to start a project in Moscow, renting the office shirts. There we saw similar problems as mentioned by the colleague from Bergans in Norway. Not every person is ready to wear a shirt which already has been worn by other people. So right now we decided to stay on the B2B market. And we hope that we will start a project in retail field the delivery bags, which can be washed and repaired and reused. You know how strong is the campaign of retail on avoiding plastic bags. But if you take the delivery services, you will see that every single fruit is wrapped in a plastic bag when you get a delivery from a supermarket. So we hope to offer a delivery bag for the Russian market. We also will start a parallel project in the Czech Republic, but there was no connection between these two projects and branches. Okay, thank you very much. And it's also very emotional for me to listen to such stories. 2012, I organized the first conference for the business representatives, and from Britain there came representatives from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. And I have tried to find some speakers from international companies in Moscow or St. Petersburg, so that they could say a couple of words in Russian for the Russian audience about circular economy. And 2012, the answer I got was there is no single person able to make a statement on circular economy in Russia. And it's so great to hear it you say about projects taking part in Russia and in the Czech Republic at the same time. That's great to know that there are qualified experts in Russia for this topic. Dear participants, I would like to address you again. When you ask your question, try to ask one question at a time. One question to get an answer on that. Not speaking as I do, because I produce a long speech, and that's what you exactly should not do. It's simpler for the participants to answer your question in this situation. I have a question to Nadezhda about symbiosis. Is it possible to see the graphic scheme of your companies in this industrial symbiosis to understand what companies are bound to what companies? Nadezhda, actually, you have the right to share your screen. So if you have this slide on your computer, then you are welcome to share the screen and show it to the participants. Okay, great. Good to know. I will try to share my screen. So can you see my screen now? Because here is this scheme of our enterprises. Let's start from the left top part of this slide. Here you have a lake. We take water from the lake, and there is a pipeline going to Kalundborg utility. After that, the water can go to the refinery as cooling water, and it can be used in all industrial and production processes. After that, the water can be used for cleaning the slums, thanks to biological additives. It's possible to clean this water. Then this water goes back to the central system, or it can be heated up to 100 Celsius, and it can be used as damp in different production processes. After our water has crossed all this circle, it can be cleaned again, and it can continue the life cycle. But you see that some of our streams go to nowhere, and it's still a part where we need to work better. Some water has to go to the sea. Of course, it's the water we send to the sea after the cleaning. Right now, we are working on a system which would allow us to clean the water to the quality of the drinking water, so that we can use it for different processes. Okay, Thank you very much, and I hope that this visual has helped us to better understand how the whole system works. This topic of industrial symbiosis and the example of Kalundborg is really a classical example. So you need to invest some time and thinking to understand how it works. But if you have interest to that, you can do it on your own. Let's get back to the questions and thoughts we have heard during the conference. The colleagues have shared different challenges they have to confront when they try to switch to the circular economy principles, and challenges which arise when we speak about new business models. I also have an example in mind. It's a small Russian textile producing company, small and medium enterprises. This company also looks for new models based on circular economy, and we were thinking of renting different interior textiles for restaurants and hotels. What we have found out, a lot of things are sold on marketplaces today, and it's not so easy to own everything you need. And once you have sold your materials on the marketplace, you start thinking, how can you get that back? How can you somehow use it again? And a lot of companies mention that as a challenge, building up a partner network. That's complicated. You cannot manage everything on your own. From the first point of view, you might think, okay, Lindström is a huge company, and this company have capacities to manage everything on its own. But how exactly do you manage that? How do you build up these partner networks in Russia? Would you please comment on that? Ingvild, that would be great if you also could participate in answering this question after Irina. Okay, I will start with answering this question by telling how complicated it is to build up such a network. Lindström is a company which gives an example, and a lot of companies try to copy that model, but due to operational challenges, it's very complicated. So your first impression might be, wow, that's so easy, we can copy that. But no, it's not like that, and we keep on working on our business model on and on. And it's very important to find the best solution on every single step of the business model. If you take our company, then we understand from some point of view that it's impossible for us to manage everything on our own. We have partners in innovative fields, for example, developing new textiles. Our suppliers are also, of course, our partners, suppliers of the office mats, for example. We found a very ecological solution. Designer made mats made of PET bottles, of plastic bottles. We understand that the future lies in collaboration, in working together. How do we do that in Russia? The recycling company we work with is a 100% owned Russian company, and we are proud to say that. We have an article published about that in Russia on our website, and we plan to keep on working in this direction. Okay, thank you. Ingvild, maybe you could give a comment on that.
Yeah, I think a lot of the services we have would be quite expensive for even smaller companies than us to do, because we have, to take an example, our repair service. We need employees to do the repairs. We have 5-6 people working full time with repairing our products. We need spare parts. We need machinery. It's not only sewing machines, but it's down-filling machines and taping machines and backpack sewing machines. So it's quite a lot to invest in if you want to start your own repair service today. And as of today, I only know of us and one competing company that has this in-house repair service. We get a lot of questions from other companies, maybe not Norwegian-based companies, but asking us if we can repair their products as well. And for some we maybe can, but I think there is need for a more collaborative approach to these kinds of services. And I know that some municipalities are working now to maybe make sort of these shopping malls that are for second-hand and repairs and stuff, and maybe the municipalities or the government could help us collaborate on these services and make them more easy. And I think, but for rental solutions, it's the same, I think, because it's so much practical handling when we get the products back, the coveralls from the kids, for example. We need to go through them, check them if they need to repair. We need to wash them. We need to impregnate them again, and we need to store them, and we need to transport to the customers. So we need a lot of solutions to help us succeed with these services, and it can't be that expensive because then we won't make money out of these services. So that's where the collaboration come in, I think. We can collaborate on, we are already collaborating with local business that's the washing of the clothing. And we're collaborating with a German company that does the impregnation. We haven't found a company that does big scale impregnation the way we want it in Norway. And we are talking to different transport companies that have good solutions that will make rental easy for the customers. And that's really key, I think, because renting has to be as easy as to buy the new one. So when a customer orders something to rent, a backpack or a coverall for their kid, it needs to be easy to order, and it needs to be easy to pay, and it needs to come on their doorstep, and then it needs to be easy to order the return and the reorder of a new product. So all these things needs to go smoothly for the customer to choose rental or choose repair instead of buying new products. And here we need a lot of partners, both for the handling, the manual stuff, but also payment solutions. Klarna did not have a ready solution for our coverall project because of recurring payment without a product was difficult for them. But they have now developed a solution for us. So there's a lot of manual and handling solutions that we would need help with in order to be able to scale up these solutions. And I think also that it would be a good thing for us to collaborate with our competitors as well. We do collaborate with our competitors in many sustainability areas when it comes to research on microplastics and research on chemicals and ethical trade and climate tracking. We have these networks and we work together on these difficult issues. But we're not working together on repair or rental or secondhand, and I think we really need to do that in order to step up and find the good solutions that will be profitable for us going forward.
Спасибо большое. И все-таки у меня остается...
Thank you. There's one question of mine left. It's a rhetorical question, and it's a question to the people in the hall, to Marlene, and all the experts on the panel. In the majority of cases, we hear about bright examples related to transnational corporations and large companies. So we have heard that you face a lot of challenges, you need a lot of things to do, and you need motivated employees to do the work needed. But what should small and medium enterprises do? I mean, that we have a trend here in Russia that there are young startups, especially when it comes to fashion industry, that want to show their eco-awareness, and they try to learn more about circular economy. They search for new opportunities. What should small companies do? How can they become a part of the transition if everything is so difficult? Perhaps you have an opinion about that. Malena, you are working in Citra, so you know more than one transnational corporation listed in the textbooks. You also know about small companies. What should small companies do, and how they help us rethink our consumption?
Thank you very much. That's a really excellent question, because we really need indeed to have everybody on board. As Ingvild stated, there's a large need for collaboration between different companies to enable the transition. And I would say there's a lot of opportunities there for smaller companies entering the markets to be the forerunners, because they don't need to do the transformation. They can already be the change. They can build their whole business model based on circular economy. They don't need to have the inner discussion or dialogue. Should we do this? Should we start to transform from selling towards renting or towards providing as a service or providing long-lasting products? So I think in that way, they will have the beginning of the journey quite easily. And but regarding the making it compatible, it's of course pairing up with larger companies. That would be one thing that companies are finding their success through. If there's a large company that is needing to do the transformation, the small companies can then be the innovation part of those large companies. There's been a lot of accelerator programs that have been established by larger companies that need the transformation support. But in addition, there's a lot of money involved in the field. There's a lot of financing options towards developing new business models. For example, the EU Circular Economy Action Plan is looking at how to make it how to make product as a service an everyday thing through, for example, product passports on how to fix or what material is included in the product. But in addition, there's a lot of financing options beyond EU level on a lot of smaller entities. Financiers are looking at more sustainable, more carbon neutral ways of using the money. So smaller companies that can enable that kind of financing, they're the flexible ones. The the flexible ones who can be the winners in that section. That was a really good question, though, but the fact is that we need everybody on board. And joint collaboration.
Спасибо большое, Марлен.
Thank you very much, Marlene. And we have one question from the hall. I saw there was one person raising a hand. Could you please introduce yourself and ask a question? My name is Dmitry Kalin, and I'm from Talkova service. I've been recycling textile for 20 years. I can tell you that as far as recycling of textile is concerned, the situation is not so bad in St. Petersburg. So our service is about taking non-used the clothes that people do not use. We get scores, and you can exchange these scores to get the services from the partners. It's a universal model, and all the companies can connect their loyalty systems to us. You can take the loyalty system of a different brand and connect it to our system. And our company is involved in recycling and charity. And so we also produce a new textile from secondary raw materials, and we are more than ready to share our experience. Thank you very much for your comment. I'm a moderator of the session, so I'm about doing provocations because I want people to give really exciting answers. I'm really happy that we have this infrastructure in the city. I also use this system where you can give away your clothes for other people to use it or to recycle it. But I have some doubts. Will the producer know about it? I mean, the producer continues to produce a lot. The consumers have already rethought the consumption. They already bring the clothes to special containers in the city for recycling, and producers, so companies, continue to produce so many T-shirts from mixed fabric where they use a lot of toxins, and such T-shirts cannot be subject to recycling. Maybe it's a rhetorical question, but anyway, I wanted to ask a similar question to Irina and to other experts. How can we get the property for fiber? That is quite a complicated moment, right? Are there any other questions from the people in the hall, perhaps? If yes, yes, we have. Could you please introduce yourself? My name is Anna Bushueva, and I'm the head of R&D at Polis Recycling Company. You asked a question about small companies and what they should do. Actually, larger enterprises are more than interested in small startups creating unique technologies. We can see it as far as Lindström is concerned. I'm working in Russia, and we are constantly searching for startups in Russia and Finland, because together with them we can develop some exciting technologies. We have already started to work with Russian startups. We have an investment fund. So small startups, small companies can connect with large companies, and large companies are interested in developing such businesses. It's a point of growth. We do not have such competences in our large company. Producers also, and large producers, know that. Have a look at H&M, for example, and other brands. You spoke about Ellen MacArthur Fund. Bergen's, Spinola have their funds. Spinola now works with Hilfiger and Levi's, and all the large companies actually were searching for small startups. All right, we need to help each other find networks, but the situation has already started to change. Right, I would like to ask one question. Who should contact whom? Small companies should contact large companies and tell them we are ready to work with you, give us an order, or we are ready to sew buttons for your jackets, for example, or for your uniform, or how should it be done? Or large companies that already have some well-established processes, that have already calculated all the resources and economic efficiency, should organize programs and make reach-out campaigns. I think that it's a road with two lanes. So large companies should find small companies. We need to create an information field where companies can find each other. We are searching for such companies. The next collaboration will happen in Yekaterinburg. There's a Zavod project where we work with young designers, and we want to make a joint project with young designers. If companies find us, we will be more than happy to cooperate, and we have a strategic area of development within the framework of cooperation with small startups. Dear speakers, Nadezhda, Inkwil, maybe you have some comments? Yeah, I would like to say something. Let me speak about our cooperation with three Russian companies. They are located in St. Petersburg. 2 years ago, we started to take part in the project. The name of it is the Baltic Industrial Symbiosis. Three companies joined it, and we see that they are quite active in implementing our ideas of industrial symbiosis. Let me give you some example. Boucher, for example, gives them coffee where they try to grow mushrooms. So they found us and we found them, and that was the first step in our cooperation on the Russian soil. There are companies that participate in the project are more than interested in further development. We have certain instruments and tools, and we are ready to share our tools and best practices along the whole way. We try to help them make their production greener. All right, thank you very much. Ingwell, is there anything you would like to say? Well, I don't want to push you. Just if you have something to comment, please do it.
That's fine. No, I think I'm very fan of collaboration, and what we do with the rental part, we are actually also, as I said, collaborating with the Norwegian Trekking Association. This is an NGO actually, so they are an organization that are getting people outdoors and offer a lot of trips and tours, and they have cabins all over Norway that people can sleep in when they are trekking. So our thought with the renting is we have to find the areas where people use our products only for a short time, and that rental can really replace a new buy. And in order to do that, we thought about tourists, even Norwegian tourists, but also international tourists that are visiting Norway, and that they can travel light to the trekking destinations, and that they can rent both backpacks and clothing at the cabins where they go their tour from. So I think that is good collaborative approach. They have sort of the customers, and they help us with the rental, and they get also some of the income from the rental. But we own the clothing, and we get it back when it's broken, and we fix it, and we always supply them with new products. So that's one of our collaborative approach. I don't know if we're a big or a small company. In Norway, we're quite a big company, but in the big world, we're a very small company. if you compare us to H&M and North Face and the big ones. So for us to, for example, collaborate with Spinnova, it's a fun way of working. They're kind of a totally different organization than us. They're fiber producers. But we collaborate. We help them to test out how their fiber can work in different products. So we made a backpack, we made a shirt, we made an anorak. So we're really sort of helping them work out how their fiber can be used. And also they discovered that because of our demand for recycling of this product, they are now building a recycling facility in connection with their first pilot factory in Finland. So that's sort of, we gain a lot because we learn a lot about how to design for recycling, but they also learn from us, with our designers and our production facilities for our clothing. So I think it's a lot to learn from different kind of actors in this business.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. It seems to me that the topic of our discussion has gradually changed. Initially, the topic of our discussion was rethinking of consumption, but now we inevitably have started to think about the main topic of circular economy. It's like a cornerstone, namely cooperation and networking, creation of ecosystem between different companies, small and large. I would like to express my gratitude to all the speakers. Thank you for your comments on the topic, and you had similar comments, by the way. We have time for one more question from the hall. Dear participants, please do seize this opportunity. It is the first time that I'm able to speak directly with the representatives of such companies, Kallenborg, Bergens, and Lindström. Citra, this is the company I have already contacted directly. One question. My name is Yuri Chesnakov. I'm from Arkhangelsk, and I'm very much interested in a circular economy, but I have a question to the Citra Foundation. Here in Russia, it's very important for us to develop small business. Based on your experience, what advice can you give us? What St. Petersburg and other Russian cities do now to develop circular economy and to improve employment among population?
Thank you for the excellent question. Well, where we started with creating the circular economy roadmap in Finland, we invited all the different stakeholders around the same table because we found it important to have the dialogue on the needs and on the possible solutions that all different actors have towards circular economy. So that was something we had roundtable of sustainable food system, of logistics and transportation system, of industrial symbiosis, of all different players, so that we were able to give them the voice of what their roles are in building the circular economy. And then having the discussion with the local governments as well, municipalities, as well as local, as well as the government of the whole country, able to support with the needed financing for making the transformation. So we know that enabling financing is of course needed to be able to make the transformation. So is the dialogue and the roles of different actors, to know their own part in making it. And of course, one thing that is a really key element is that circular economy is it means also about new employment possibilities. The transition needs to be fair and just, so that it will create new local employing job possibilities, in addition to being less wastage and less over-consuming the planet, so that it also creates new jobs, which is really important because everything happens locally, as we heard from the local repairing systems of the needed joint logistics systems. It actually can bring people together as well.
Right, so our time is up. Give it up for our speakers and for ourselves. There's a round of applause for you. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for talking in depth about circular economy. I express my gratitude for the participants, and you have already voted that you are more than ready to take or to rent Bergen's jacket. The representatives of hotel now know that they can rent bed linen or mats from Lindström, or you can take part in the Baltic Industrial Symbiosis project. It is implemented in St. Petersburg with the participation of Kalundborg, or you can get consultant services from Citra or Russian companies. So please share your initiative. Please feel free to find a large company for partnership. Thank you very much. And that is the end of the session. Thanks. Huge thanks to everyone. Right now, we are going to have a break for 30 minutes. If you are here offline, please go upstairs to take a cup of coffee and a snack. We will be back in 30 minutes.
Добрый день, уважаемые участники. Хочу поприветствовать.
Dear participants, I would like to greet not only our participants here in the room, but also our guests who join us online. Over 60 participants have joined our conference during the first panel, and it's already a good result. Now I also would like to greet our guests who slowly come back to the room after the coffee break. It's nice to see some people here in person. I would like to ask our technical assistants to show our online guests on the screen. All guests, all participants of our discussion of the second panel have joined us online. I will, of course, introduce everyone. My name is Ksenia Vakrusheva. I will be moderating this panel to the topic of circular bioeconomy. I'm program director of the Ecological Rights Center Bellona. This center is situated here in St. Petersburg, and we are co-organizers of today's event. I also would like to show our magazine, Right and Ecology, and that's the new edition. It comes up every 3 months. If you haven't seen or haven't taken it yet, you can do it here at the reception. And now I would like to greet our panelists. I'll start with Helena Sjögren, Environmental Director of the Swedish Forest Industries Federation from Sweden. Natalia Benislavska, Head of Sustainable Development and Environmental Protection of IKEA Russia. Brundis Björnsdottir, Strategy and Stakeholder Specialist from Icelandic company Matisse. And Marie Bjordal, Aquaculture Advisor from Bellona, Norway. We see everyone except Helena Högren. I hope that Helena will be able to switch on her video too. Then we will see at least the faces. Great, thank you. The circular bioeconomy is a pretty new concept, and it was my suggestion to include this topic into the discussion. My colleagues were afraid that no one actually understands what it is and that it's going to be hard to find speakers to this topic, but I'm glad that we at least have tried, and it's great that we could find the speakers and could invite the representatives of the bioeconomy sector. Bioeconomy means that the companies work with renewable biological resources, everything which can be produced out of wood, of aquaculture. There is another topic, circular agriculture. It's also part of circular bioeconomy. We are not going to speak on that today, but it's an important part of circular bioeconomy. The main idea of the circular bioeconomy is that we replace the non-renewable resources by renewable resources, which we can gain by growing up crops, using forests, seas to gain all the necessary resources for our life. I would like to start our discussion with rather general questions first, and I will address the questions to the speakers. Helena, how do you understand this term, circular bioeconomy, and what is the role of forests in this process? Let's start with you.
I would like to thank you for inviting me. I wish that I could be with you in St. Petersburg. I will try to put off that sound. No, it's not a double sound. Well, circular bioeconomy for me is essential in order to reach a sustainable climate neutral society. And without knowing it, we have been working on this for hundreds of years, but we would like to increase our contribution. Bioeconomy, for me, is circular on 3 different levels. First of all, the raw material itself is renewable and a natural part of the carbon cycle. Second, in the forest industry, every single tree is used for several different purposes, where the residues from one process become the raw material for the next. The best part of the trees are used for building materials produced in the sawmills. The tops of the trees and the fresh wood chips is used for producing pulp in the pulp mills. And the residues like bark and lignin is used as bioenergy, replacing fossil alternatives. So this system is developing the market economy, not due to political decisions. And number 3, which is closer to what you have discussed in the morning, of course, recirculation and reuse is important within the circular bioeconomy. We want our fibers and our fibers back because we want to use it as raw material. Our forest fibers are mainly reused 6 to 7 times within our industry. So that's an important part.
Спасибо большое. Наталья.
Thank you very much. Natalia, the work in IKEA is also directly connected with the work with forests and woods. We all love furniture from woods, and we like to construct it with our own hands. But I don't know, maybe you do speak with your colleagues on these topics. Maybe you have some internal documents. What is your impact in the development of the circular bioeconomy? Hello, and thank you very much for this question. Of course, you can imagine that IKEA is a big consumer of woods. And of course, we make thoughts on how we gain our resources and raw materials. And the sustainable development is part of our strategy. It's called People and Planet, or People on the Planet. And this strategy, of course, has also circular economy in it. We understand it as economy which allows you to use products and materials as long as possible. We often speak about materials, about reuse, about the so-called circle or closed cycle. But the main thing is reuse of already produced products. And that's a huge part of our agenda. We do not use circular bioeconomy to define that part, but bioeconomy is part of circular economy in general. And our strategy includes a lot of topics which you have mentioned in your speech. By 2030, for example, we aim to produce all our products out of reused materials or renewable materials. If we use plastic or metal or other non-renewable resources, we would like them to be not produced out of primary raw materials, but of secondary raw materials. And right now, around 10% of our products are produced out of recycled materials. Around 60% is produced out of renewable materials. And several weeks ago, we decided not to use plastic in our goods. So that's the movement we currently are in. Okay, thank you very much. My next question goes to Brundis. Brundis represents the company Matisse from Iceland. This company deals with new developments in bioproducts, biotechnologies, and food from sea resources. If I understood it correctly from the website, if not, Brundis, we will add more information to that. Do you use this term circular bioeconomy in your company, or you rather go for blue economy? Blue, when I say blue, I mean water. So it's economy which works with sea resources and water resources. Can this water economy be also circular?
Hi. First of all, thank you. I'm very happy to be here with you today. Do you hear a reverb from me?
Да.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, good. Yes, we are a governmental company, like you said, that we are working on supporting innovation and sustainability in food. And we also focus a lot on biotechnology and food safety. We do use the term circular within our company, but when it comes to the bioresources from the ocean, then we are mostly talking about the production of food and food ingredients, and we are talking about producing feed, and we are even talking about biofuels. And those do not really fit very well into the aspects of the circular economy, where they're trying to keep the materials and resources in the economy for as long as possible. Because when it comes to the food and the feed and the biofuels, once they are consumed, the products themselves cannot really be reused. But we can talk about the circular economy, and we do quite a lot because it is a popular word. It's a buzzword. Many people are using it and connect with it. So we do use it because we connect on a level of, we are talking about sustainability, we are talking about good resource utilization, and lowering our carbon footprints. So that's why we use the term circular, but most of the time we just talk about the bioeconomy.
Спасибо большое.
Okay, thank you very much. Marie, my colleague, also works in Bellona, but in Norway. One of the projects of Bellona from Norway is connected with looking for effective ways of using ocean resources, and it's called ocean forests. Marie, could you please tell us a couple of words of this project and what is your impact in the development of circular bioeconomy?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Да.
Yes, we can.
I work with ocean and aquaculture in Bellona in Norway, and we have this project that we started together with a salmon farmer in Norway, so called Ocean Forests. And here the goal is to recycle nutrients from the salmon farm. So we do that by producing species that are lower on the food chain, like seaweeds, mussels, that can then bind some of the nutrients and wastes from the salmon farm. And then we use those to harvest them and make new products out of them. So it is a challenge to make aquaculture more circular. So this is one of the projects where we really target that.
Спасибо, Мария.
Okay, thank you, Mary. Now coming back to the topic of forests. Helena. Forest is a renewable resource, but the time of regrowth of the forest is pretty long. How can we achieve the balance between using forests as building material and keeping the forests for the future generations?
Sorry, I didn't unmute. Thank you for that question, because that's a very important one. I think that's something that we actually are doing, because in the last 100 years, we have now more than twice as much forest in our country than we did. And during that time, we have harvested the forest pretty much 4 times. So it's possible to both use and keep the forest. And that's why wise forest management, it's not really rocket science. It's something that we have been doing for a very, very long time. And it's in our own interest in the industry, because we want to continue to grow, and we need to have materials also in the future. It's quite common that some of our members also own forest and own land, and it's quite common that they have plans for the forest 100 years ahead. So they know what they will do in certain areas in like 55 years, in 78 years, in 100 years, and they are planning for that. And we need to have the forest healthy and strong, and we want it to continue to grow, and we want more forests and more forest products. And that's not a contradiction. Did that answer your question?
Да, то есть
My next question was of whether Swedish forests are ready for being used more actively, but out of your answer, I have understood that you are ready for any scenario for the upcoming years, and that you already have a model for the future when enough woods are being renewed, and at the same time the forests in Sweden stay at least at the same level or even become bigger. I also have read that some people are not sure whether it's good to make the forest regrow all the time. For example, if some woods just disappear, then it's also good for a natural life cycle. But when you grow new woods, then sometimes you use the same and very certain types of woods, of trees. How do you solve this problem?
Sorry, I was listening to the integration. My Russia is not very good. Well, biodiversity is, of course, a very important issue. But I believe that it's possible to both increase the growth of the forest and produce high quality forest that it's possible to use for high quality products, and also improve the biodiversity. That's been done during the last decades when they have increased, they have improved the regulations. It doesn't have to be a contradiction. We have increased the amount of different kinds of species in the forest. I think that's valuable for both business and biodiversity. There is a debate about these issues, but quite often they are using statistics from other parts of the world and putting it in the Nordic countries, which is not really relevant. So it's a really tricky issue, but we are working on it. And we are quite proud of our well-managed forests.
Хорошо, спасибо.
Okay, thank you. Natalia, I would like to speak a bit more about producing the furniture objects and about using woods and forest resources in your production. How thorough, how full do you use the woods? What do you do with wood wastes, which probably still come up? And how environmental friendly is the furniture from IKEA?
Thank you. In IKEA, we try to use wood as efficient as possible. During production, we use the products in the most efficient way and think on how to use less materials as in the past for the production of furniture. In particular, there is a team that deals with the development of furniture and products for home. So they take a product and think on how to preserve a function and use less wood at the same time. Let me give you several examples. There are special fillers in the furniture, for example, and they look like bee cells. The cells are made of cardboard, so the amount of material, the amount of cellulose decreases. In addition to that, we pay quite a lot of attention to waste management. Here in Russia, there are about 76% of waste recycled. Well, here in Russia, there are some difficulties related to wood, because in Russia, till recently, there has not been any opportunity to recycle furniture, simply because such subcontractors did not exist. They didn't know how to recycle furniture. Furniture is like a composite material. It consists of wood and other materials. It's quite a difficult product for recycling. So we wanted to have a comprehensive approach, not only to recycle the products, but also to decrease the amount of waste after the production of furniture. So last year, we decided to offer our clients a whole range of services, how to prolong the life cycle of products, reuse and recycling of products. If you go to our website, there is a segment which is called Second Life of Your Furniture. And there you can see links. You can use them to check furniture repair services or platforms where you can get inspired how to redesign your furniture, how to change your furniture. There is another service where we provide spare parts. For example, if you have bought IKEA furniture and one detail doesn't function anymore, you don't have to buy the whole thing. You can go to IKEA and you can get this spare part for free. That is our campaign to decrease the amount of waste. Members of IKEA family can also sell furniture that they do not need to each other. And in IKEA, we have another service where you can bring the furniture which you do not need anymore, and if the state of it is good, we can pay back to you up to 40% of its cost. And this furniture can be offered to our clients in the Center for Environment and benefits for consumers. Another service available at IKEA is when we take furniture from the consumers, we recycle it, and that furniture is recycled to produce new IKEA furniture. That was a new project. It was quite complicated to launch it, I would say, because as I have already mentioned, furniture recycling is quite a difficult process. To do it with high quality results, you need a lot of efforts. Right now, such service is available in IKEA in Moscow and St. Petersburg. We offer our consumers to do the following. They can bring the furniture to us, and we take it and give discount for the next purchase. This is how we attract consumers to use the service. we can see that the service has become quite popular among our consumers. And people are already ready to support circular economy. They truly appreciate highly opportunities to support circular economy. Thank you very much. Do I understand you correctly that you searched for furniture recyclers among other companies? You didn't find them and you managed to do it on your own. Is that so? Basically, yes, we had to organize the furniture recycling program in our own facilities. Exactly. All right, thank you. And did you have any difficulties in addition to bureaucratic difficulties? Well, we had a lot of them. That was why I told you it was all far from being easy. It's a project I could speak for hours about. I understand why other companies do not do it. There are a lot of difficulties and challenges, not only technological difficulties, but also legal ones. So you have to make a lot of efforts to create a service like that. In addition to that, from the very beginning, we wanted to create the service in such a way that it brings profit. And all the people who deal with wood understand what I mean. Wood recycling and furniture recycling are not always profitable processes. To make sure that the system exists not only in our company, but other companies could join us and create similar services in their facilities, from the very beginning we wanted to create a profitable business model, and only then such project would fly, as we believed. And then we used our entrepreneurship spirit to make the service convenient and scalable for other countries and companies. Thank you. What about other countries? Are there any similar services in other countries at IKEA, or there are other companies like subcontractors for IKEA that deal with furniture recycling? Well, countries work differently because the infrastructure in each country is unique. And the interest of consumers also plays a role. The interest for circular economy is different in different countries. In Sweden and Denmark, for example, the culture of second-hand is truly well established. So people are used to take things from other people and to use them. In Sweden, for example, they focus a lot on secondary use of things, and second-hand are well established. There are second-hand shops, IKEA second-hand shops available in Sweden. So when the first shop like that was opened in Sweden, it was like a breakthrough. In other countries, there are services that take furniture to recycle it. It's done on municipal level, and often it is organized together with subcontractors and municipal partners that take the furniture or other products by IKEA and other companies and recycle it. But here in Russia, we want to expand the service, and hopefully other countries will join us. Thank you. There's one more question I would like to ask you. It's clear that you, as a company, do not grow forest. You do not cut the trees, and you do not prepare round wood for selling. You buy it from your suppliers. And I think that all modern companies should know what where the wood comes from, whether it was cut legally, because in the places where the forest is cut, it's necessary to take care of biodiversity and replenish the forest, to make sure that there are enough of forest resources. Is it important for you as a company? Do you take care of the origin of wood? And is it important for you to know that your wood is produced in a sustainable way? Thanks, special thanks for this question. it's a truly topical one. An IKEA company around the world, we use only 1% of the whole commercial wood. So it's really a big amount of wood. As I told you, we try to use less wood, but people love IKEA and many people use our furniture around the globe. So we produce and we use a lot of wood, and that's why we have a big responsibility. We have a big impact, and we want to make sure that our impact is positive. That's why there is a rule that all the wood we use should be coming from the most sustainable or eco-friendly sources. There are two notions important here. We track the source of wood, where it comes from, and we use auditors as well as outsourced auditors, and there are auditors working in our team. The team tracks the wood to ensure the so-called transparency and traceability. The auditors travel to the forest plots to check how wood is produced. So they check the activity of our suppliers. That is the method number one, and method number two is already reworked wood. So if we use recycled wood, then it's possible to ensure more sustainable development of the company. The auditors, well, there are not so many of them, but there is a team, and they cannot check everything. They work on the basis of sampling, and sometimes it's just not possible to check the activity of each supplier, to go to every region around the globe. And there was a case when we found out that our supplier, despite the official documents, used wood from other sources. So the sources of wood were not eco-friendly. We found it out, we contacted the supplier, and we developed a whole system to avoid cases like that, to have a deeper analysis and verification of wood sources. I'm proud of the company I work in. The difference between an ethical company and an unethical one is about the reaction to such problems. The way IKEA reacted was so that we increased the number of audits by 30%. In addition to that, we have introduced systems of additional verification of wood sources. So in addition to physical travels to the areas, there will be the special check where, with the help of content analysis, you can check the geographical source of wood, and you can identify the area where the wood comes from. The way the company reacts to a problem is truly important. And actually, I'm happy that cases like that happen, because each case makes us stronger, and it makes our verification system better and more improved. Thank you. Thank you, Natalia. It's truly important that the companies that use such services participate in the control of origin. Helen, and what about Sweden? How is it regulated there when it comes to forest cutting? Who checks the source of wood? And how can a company that buys wood can be sure that this wood comes from proper sources and not from the wild forest, which is protected by law?
At the process, I don't know every single step, but it's not possible to sell illegal cutted wood. It's traced, and we have systems for that, because no one want to touch wood that's not legal, because it needed to be certified in order to be able to sell it. So actually, I'm quite glad that IKEA and other companies check, because they should. And when you export 80% of our production, because we come from such a small country, and when you export biomaterials, you have to have all the papers in order. So that's a basic thing for us to have that.
Да, как мы слышим.
Yes, everything sounds so simple and sweet, and because you have traceability from the seed and to the final wooden product. Does Sweden import wood? And if yes, then do you trace the origin of wood from abroad?
We import, I think, less than 1%. And that's usually pulpwood. We import some timber from Norway, and that's quite easy to do regarding checking all the documents, etc. We used to import a little bit of pulpwood from Russia. I think that was the more complicated to have to know the exact origin. So I'm not sure if they do that anymore. I think you have changed the legislation in Russia, so I think it's harder for you to export. But that was a really small amount for us. So the answer is yes, we do import little, very small amounts. And of course, it's a bit trickier, but you can only import if you have all the papers in order, because you need that in order to sell the products.
Спасибо.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's go back to water resources. Brindis, we know that sea and ocean give us fish and seafood. What else can you produce out of sea resources? And how can you make such production wasteless?
That's a good question. Yes, like you said, most of what we get from the oceans and the freshwaters is our fish products that go directly for human consumption. But we also, especially now, as we move further along of using the resources to its fullest, we use the whole fish. We're working towards using also underutilized species like the seaweeds, as Mari talks about. What we get else than food is a lot of, well, it's a kind of a food, it's a lot of food ingredients. So we are extracting a lot of proteins, peptides, and minerals and bioactive compounds from these. And these can be used for such as nutraceuticals or additives to food, but they can also be used for making cosmetics. So a lot of cosmetics are coming from marine ingredients. That's a very big market, and that has been one of the easiest markets sort of to develop for those that are working on full utilization of these resources. But there are many other availabilities. Of course, we are utilizing for feed and fertilizers as well. And those are not particularly maybe new products, but we are working towards, for example, of improving them. We have, for example, been using the pelagic fish. They have been used for making animal feed, mostly in aquaculture, for very long. But there is a lot of effort and many things going on to improve these processes, to be making a higher quality product, so you get better feed, so that you can still use in aquaculture. You can use it into pet food, which gives you much more revenue. It's a higher value product, and they're even developing it up to human food. So they are increasing the value of these side streams. You can make a lot of specialty chemicals for the chemical industry. You can get pharmaceuticals, and including, of course, antibiotics coming from the ocean. And then there are all these amazing unknown species that we find in the deep oceans, for example, that are so largely underexplored, where you can also get access to unique enzymes and genes that you can use for all sorts of products. So there are huge opportunities. And I think I have an example that is simple and I really like. It's what can you make from something like the skin of fish, something that was traditionally thrown away. It had almost no value. And in Iceland, it's the Atlantic cod that is the main commercial species. And what we did, what you can do now and what we are doing with cod skin is making a lot of valuable products. And you can actually now make much more money commercially from the skin of the cod than from the fillet itself. That's actually how the development is going, because you can dry it and make snacks, so you're making food for human consumption. They're delicious. But you can also make textiles, so you can make leather from the fish skin, which is actually a fantastic product. And then you can also extract minerals and compounds like collagen and gelatin. Collagen is really popular now, and the skin is a good source for that. So you can make both food supplements, but also cosmetics and more from that. And now you can even make medical products from the skin of the cod. So there's a company in Iceland that is quite successful that's actually making tissue regeneration products, like a plaster to put on ulcers from the skin of cod. So I think that's a really nice example of the different uses that you can make from just one side stream.
Спасибо. Последний.
Thank you. Your last example shows that it's can be also economically very interesting to use the byproducts. And if it's like that, then probably a lot of other companies should have done the same. Why do not they use these byproducts? Because there is no tradition like that, or there are some organizational complications in this process?
The reason is that this is many of those things that you mentioned. For example, well, it's easy to mass produce dried snacks or to make the collagen. We have a company here in Iceland that can basically use all of the cod skins that we get from the Icelandic fishing industry to make collagen from them. But those are, these large volume, maybe lower revenue examples. But when it comes to like the textiles of making the fish skins or this medical product, that actually I think they are the end product is extremely expensive, because it is a really very, very complex process that has taken them decades to develop. Those are going into very limited markets, so it's difficult to do mass production within these. So those are the low volume but really high economic value products. So partly also because in a way, Iceland, I would say, is leading among other nations in this process of developing these high value products. There is, even though in Iceland we are very used to all sorts of products coming from the oceans, from the side streams, and in a way some of the Nordic countries as well. Many European countries, for example, they're not used to these products. So a part of the process is to actually develop the consumer demand and develop the markets for these products. And another problem is as well the regulatory environment. There is really complex to get new products and new resources, new species into markets, and that's a huge complication.
Да,
And
спасибо.
I'm sure Mari has a comment on that.
Okay, thank you. I would like now to switch to Marie. What do you think? Can bioproducts replace non-renewable resources in our life? And is this possible at all? Or to which share is it possible?
Well, yes, I think it is absolutely necessary that that happens. Because if we are going to have a circular bioeconomy that is also going to be a net zero emission economy, we can't really base our economy on fossil-derived materials. So we have to find new materials and biomaterials to replace the plastic we use, the fuel we use today, and other things that we get from fossil materials.
Sure.
Okay, the project Ocean Forest or Sea Forest deals with seaweed planting, and let us just imagine that every country having access to the sea starts growing seaweed and sea plants for their purposes. Will this not lead to disbalance in the sea system, in the ocean system?
Very good question, actually. Because, of course, anything you produce for food or any other things you need, it will affect the ecosystem somehow, both on land and in sea. So why we work a lot with seaweed is that we see it can also have positive benefits for some ecosystems, because they bind up nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus, and that can be very helpful in areas where the ecosystem has too much nutrients. And we see that in mostly entire coastal area of Europe, that we have way too much nutrients in water, because it runs off from agriculture, land, and also from aquaculture. And that creates a lot of problems in the ecosystem, because you have algae blooms and the eutrophication. And farming seaweed, for instance, can help mitigate these problems you can get in the ecosystem. So yeah, it can be a problem in areas where you have very little nutrients in the water, for instance, but it can also be a solution for areas where you have too much nutrients in the water.
Да, это интересно.
Yeah, that sounds interesting. And when you speak about the cycle of different materials, what is the idea behind this nutrical cycle? If I understand it correctly, you use the nutrients which stay after the fish production, and you use these nutrients for feeding the seaweed. And what exactly can you produce out of the seaweed?
A good question, because we started off with wanting to remove nutrients and feces from the salmon farm. And then we ended up with a lot of biomass in form of seaweed or in form of mussels. And then we were like, oh, we need to use that for something. So when you have a circular bioeconomy approach where you have no end or waste products, you suddenly end up with a lot of biomass that you have to find uses for. So with the seaweed now, we use it as feed for cows and pigs. which we see is very good for their health. But that is on a very small scale. So if we're able to scale up the seaweed production, you could potentially use it to replace fossil-derived products like plastics or fuels. But we're not on that stage yet. But maybe in the future, we can also farm seaweed and use it in some of the also same areas as you see you use forestry products now. So that's also very interesting. And with mussels, we farm mussels and harvest them, and then we make a meal out of it for fish feed. But then we end up with a lot of shells, for instance, because the fish, they don't eat the shells. So what are we going to do with the shells? That's another question. We can use it for fertilizer, perhaps, or we can maybe use it in construction somehow to be able to store the carbon that's in the shell. So there are many different applications which we didn't really plan for, because that wasn't like the original focus wasn't to end up with these products, but we have, and now we have to find new uses for them. So that's a very interesting topic to work with.
Cool, thank you. A lot of new ways of using the sea resources open up. Now I would like to offer the participants here in the room to ask questions. Should you have any here? I see the first participant, please.
I'm the Consul General of Norway in St. Petersburg. I know that in Norway a big discussion has been ongoing on how to cut down forest. And I wanted to ask this question to Helena. Now in Norway there is this, on one hand, argument that to cut down large areas is much more economic, but there might be some consequences on the biodiversity side. And others would say that by picking trees instead you might get better quality trees, but still, how is the economic trade-off? Well, I'm just interested to hear how the Swedish Association of Forest Industries relates to this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, since we're industry sector, I think the economy and the biodiversity are both very important issues. And if it was more economical to pick single trees, that is the way it would be done. We don't really use as big clear cuts as it was for like 40 years ago. It's much smaller areas that we do cut now, but to cut single trees, that even you might say that they are better quality. Our research doesn't really agree with that. You have to disturb the forest quite often if you use that methods. There are downsides, but I think that it should be possible to use both methods, and it should be up to the forest owner what kind of method and what kind of management that they want to use. So we're not against it, we just don't want it to be legislated.
Спасибо, Helena. Я вижу еще один вопрос.
Thank you, Helena. I see another question. My name is Anna Bushueva. I lead R&D department in the company Sliza in Russia. I have a question to IKEA. You said that recycling of furniture is complicated because furniture objects are produced from different materials. I have a question. Do you have projects to redesign your furniture objects to make them easier to recycle? And could you give some examples of such products from IKEA if you already thought of it and did it? Thank you very much for this question. When we produce our furniture objects, we use the principles of the so-called circular design. And one of those principles is recyclable design. So the product should be designed in that way that you can recycle it afterwards. And by design, I also mean all the ingredients of this furniture object. So every furniture object should be produced that way that you can sort it apart in a most convenient way possible and then send it to recycling. So if you look up the ingredients the furniture objects of IKEA consist of, you will see that most of them are produced according to this principle. And you can put every piece of furniture apart for future recycling means. I told you that we would like to have only recyclable and secondary materials produced furniture objects by 2030. And it's important for us that we use raw material which can be recycled or already has been recycled. In this respect, we actually are already working in the direction which you have mentioned and asked for. There is a huge team of our experts working on every new object. We also try to design our furniture objects so that it's easy to sort, to put the furniture objects apart and to replace single parts should something have happened with them. For example, you can buy a sofa, but you also can buy you can also buy the outer part of the sofa, the cover, separately. And you know that covers can be also used by children, by dogs, and covers need to be replaced more often than other elements of the furniture. So we always think that through and make them as single articles, as single objects, so that our users can replace them. Okay, thank you very much. I see two more questions. My name is Tatiana Nagorskaya. I lead the ecological movement separate waste collection. My question to Natalia. First of all, I have respect for you, for this philosophy. You are a driver of change in the society, and it's very useful that you make it publicly. I just wanted to have said that because, in my opinion, you do a really revolutionary thing. I would like to build a bridge to the third panel. We are going to speak about textile and food waste, and I wanted to ask a question about textile waste. As far as I understand, IKEA also delivers textiles and textile objects to the market, also textiles of natural origin. So if we try to bring parallel with sustainable forests, how do you check that these textiles are of natural origin? First part of the question. And second part of the question, what do you do to make use of your broad responsibility with the objects you bring to the market, you as IKEA company? Could you please share your thoughts on these two subjects with us, because you won't be taking part in our third panel, and it's important. Tatiana, thank you very much for the question, and I'm glad to see you and to hear you. If we speak about cotton and textile of natural origin, mostly consists of cotton. We also have certain responsibilities we have formulated for ourselves. 100% of cotton we used is certified Better Cotton Initiatives. That's the name of this certification program. It differs a bit from the certification program of the Forest and Woods. We consider the ethical side of work during the cotton production. You know, that's one of big social problems in the cotton industry in the world. Now 100% of the materials, of textile materials for our furniture objects are certified according to this cotton initiative. And we bring a lot of natural materials to the market. If we speak about our broad responsibility on the market, we also should mention the topic of reuse and recycling of textile objects. We have certain points, containers where people can give up their textiles they do not want to use anymore. We work together with the organization called Second Breath, Второе дыхание, and we accept all home textile objects from our clients and send them to recycle. The textile wastes in IKEA. Well, actually, we do not have a lot of textile waste in IKEA, but if we have some waste, we also send it for recycling to the same company. And we also look for new opportunities to make use of our broad and responsibility of the producer. There are so many possibilities. Okay, thank you. I see another question. Hello. I would like to thank you all for a very, very interesting discussion. All the bio aspects we have discussed are highly important for circular economy. I also work in Bellona in St. Petersburg, and I am law expert. But I also show a lot of interest for alternatives to non-Western models of the circular economy. I would like to mention one alternative from the Asian countries, from Thailand and Indonesia. It's called sufficiency economy, or it's sometimes called subsistence economy. The idea behind that is that economy is developing, basing on the fundament that inhabitants of these countries, the people, are ready to consume and produce sufficiently. So the consumption is not dictated by big corporations and big companies. The consumption is dictated by people themselves and bases on the idea that people care of nature, care of what and how they consume. That's why it's interesting for me to ask this question to Mari, our colleague in Oslo, and also to address the same question to Brundis. It was very interesting for me to find out about the blue economy and what you do in the field of aquaculture. So now to my question. For example, Matis produces new products for the market out of sea products. When you do that, do you also consider the idea that you produce too much, that you take too much from the ocean and produce too much out of that? Do you have some kind of statistical analysis of how many products the inhabitants of your country need and how much you produce? And maybe the opinion of Marie could also be useful in this respect.
Sure. So just to clarify, then Matís is a research and development company. So we are not producing any products ourselves, but we are supporting the industry in Iceland through our research and development. So for Iceland, Iceland is a huge fishing nation. And fishing is probably the reason why we have people living here on this remote small island. And 98% of what we fish is exported. So we fish much, much more than what is needed for the inhabitants in Iceland. And fishing export is one of the main economic activities of Iceland. However, in Iceland, I would say we have, for quite a number of decades, had very responsible resource utilization. So we have a quota system that's based on the total amount of fish that we can catch. So for most of the species, they have been sustainably fished for many years. So actually the status of most of our stocks, such as the cod stock, which is our most important economic species, is good, is strong. So for us, I would say, if I try to answer your question, we produce a lot more fish than we use in land. We base our economy on this export. But I would say for most of it, we are utilizing the resource responsibly. And this is a really important part of how this bioeconomy that's based on full utilization of using revenues that we get from the resource. And that was firstly through making a higher value product. So we looked at the products that we were already making, which are primarily the fish fillets. How can you make them a higher quality and get better, get more out of them? But then we also started to look into all of these side streams, like the fish skin that I mentioned, the heads, the backbone, the intestines. What can we do? We have had the effort of going out to the ocean and fishing these. These are valuable resources, and we have to use them responsibly. And this has been one of the main drivers in getting this new bioeconomy up and running in Iceland, is the necessity of making use of everything that we are fishing, because we have taken a decision, made the decision not to overfish and to fish responsibly.
I can maybe follow up on what you said, Brynhildur. I think it's a very interesting question, actually. And at least when you ask us that are from Iceland or Norway, where if we were to live off what we produced in the country, it would have been pretty sad. It would have been fish and potatoes every day. So we are also very much reliant on exporting and importing things. And also we see that in the world globally, there will be a big demand for new food and biomass. And then I think our main quest now is to produce this biomass and the food that we need in a way that just does not impact the climate or the environment in a big way. We should impact it as little as possible. So that means we need to play on team with the ecosystem, both on land and in the sea. And for my part, when I talk about producing in the ocean, I think that it is very much needed to increase the production in ocean, because that can take a lot of stress from land production. Because we see now that there is less and less nature on land, and there's a huge pressure on the nature on land. And we're just increasing agriculture globally. And that will be a very big problem So I think producing more in the ocean can take off land pressure, and it also doesn't increase pressure on freshwater use or feed or fertilizers when you produce these low trophic seaweeds and mussels, for instance, in the ocean. So I think we need to increase the production, at least here, when it comes to low trophic production.
Спасибо большое, Мария Бриндис.
Thank you very much, Brindis, Maria. And do we have any questions from the hall? No. Then I would like to ask one question to all the speakers. It's quite an organizational question, I would say. What do you think to transfer to circular business models, to use innovative solutions, is it necessary to have state support? And if yes, then what kind of governmental support would you like to get? Or do you think that companies can do it on their own and they don't need any state support? It all depends on the wish and desire of the management to go for it. Who would like to start? Natalia would like to start. Right, I would like to start. I think that it's desirable, and I would even say it's required to have state support, because the speed of transferring to circular economy will be much higher with state support. I mean, the difference between the systems without state support and with state support is huge. The government can introduce a regulatory environment for the economy to move to a circular way. That's why such regulatory framework could be a good helping hand for companies. When the legislation is simple, it would play a role too. And I can say on my own experience that we would be able to do more if we did not face all the challenges related to legal questions. I believe that the government and the state play a very important role, and they can play even a bigger one in this process. Thank you. I saw that Marie also wanted to comment, please.
Yes. I think it is absolutely necessary because a lot of some parts of the new bioeconomy involves new industries or new uses of biomass that we don't really know how to do yet. So we need support in form of research and innovation and new technologies, and that is pricey. So that is definitely one part where we need governmental support. But it also, like Brindis mentioned earlier, there are a lot of regulations set in place now that are old and they're not designed for circular economy. That is, at least in the EU, but I also guess, I see Natalia is nodding, in most countries in the world. So you need the government to be really on team with the new industry to be able to form new regulations that can actually open up for new circular paths.
Спасибо. Helena.
Thank you very much, Helena.
Thank you. Well, of course, when we talk about innovations, support can be important. But as an industry, we don't want support from the state because we want to build strong companies and we don't need state support. We want hinders to be taken away. And one example is that there are parts in the European Energy Directive where they forbid us to have lower tax on bioenergy than on fossils. And that's the kind of regulation that hinders the development of bioeconomy. So we would like hinders to be taken away, to have an open market and to, might support the development of new technologies. Thank you.
Спасибо, да. Тут
Yes, thank you. It's a double-sided situation. On the one hand, you need to regulate things properly. On the other hand, you need to take away the hinders, which are excessive. Brindis, you're a representative of a state company. So could you please say why the government of Iceland wanted to deal with that? Could commercial companies and business structures do what Matis does?
Yes, and in a way, many larger companies have some of the infrastructure that we have here at Matis. But at the end of the day, I mean, what we do, we support the companies, particularly in emerging fields or with some expert technologies or knowledge that we have that the companies have not had the chance to build up within themselves. So if it's access to expertise or facilities or equipment, we also specialize in helping them get funding for their technological developments and so on. So this is the part that the government, that's why they set up us as a company to help with us, but also to work at the basic research level. I mentioned, for example, from the cod skin that there is a lot of interest in using the collagen. We were, for example, doing research into that 10 years actually before the companies in Iceland were really picking up on that as a possibility or something interesting. So once they were ready and the markets had started to develop for these kinds of products, we had already built up our knowledge on that. So we were there ready to help them develop these products. But just to come back to the original question, if governments should support, I absolutely think so. I think this is actually one of the most important jobs of governments around the world now, because they have to lead the way. We need to become sustainable fast. We need to change our food systems. There are so many tasks ahead. Like Helena mentioned, it's not just through the economic support. They need to set the boundaries. They need to make it feasible and possible, and they need to make unsustainable methods impossible or difficult. So I think, to me, this is one of the most important jobs for governments of today.
спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. And we have an opportunity to ask one question to the speakers. We can take one question from the hall, but there are no questions actually. So I would like to thank our wonderful 4 speakers. It was a highly exciting discussion. I believe that we can finish our panel discussion with the following remark. One of the last questions was about the governmental support, and I would like to finish with the idea that in order to move to sustainable business models and circular economy, it's necessary to join the efforts between business enterprises, NGOs that have expertise in this area, and governmental structures that can lead the way for the economy to go in the right direction. And of course, consumers should also be involved, because consumers become more and more active and they show their desire to buy products that are manufactured with sustainable methods. I believe that this idea is absolutely important. We had speakers from different spheres, from business, from NGO, representatives of the state bodies, and it's a great testimony to the fact how joint efforts are important. Thank you very much. That is the end of the second panel discussion dedicated to circular economy. So we are going to have a short break now. I would like to remind you, dear ladies and gentlemen in the hall, that coffee, tea, and snacks are still available during the coffee break In 20 minutes, we will reconvene our conference and the last discussion panel will start. The last discussion panel will be about management of food and textile waste. Thank you. We are having a break.
Уважаемые гости, дорогие коллеги,
Dear guests, dear colleagues, please take your places, and I hope that our online part will also start. Soon we are going to start our third panel. It's the last one for the day. It's called Textile and Food Waste Management. And I would like to invite Tatiana Nagorskaya, chairman of the board Separate Collection Association, to our stage. She is going to be moderator for this event. Hello, dear colleagues. We are now going to... We are waiting for all the participants to take their places.
Начинать? Коллеги, давайте начнем, если у нас есть такая возможность.
Dear colleagues, let us start. And I would like to ask whether our online speaker is with us. Oh, yeah, great. Great. Hello. Hello, Paula. I'm ready to open our panel number 3. Textile and food waste management is our topic today. We are going to discuss what's the origin of this waste, what can we do to prevent textile and food waste, how can we reuse and recycle it. And I would like to mention Paula Kapadistrias, our key speaker from Norway, agroecologist and project manager from Food Bank Matsentralen. Hello, Paula.
Very much for having me.
А также Наташу Галичьян.
I also would like to introduce Natalia Galichan, director of charity store Spasiba from Russia. Hello. My name is Tatiana Nagorskaya. I am chairman of the board Separate Collection Association. Today we are going to speak about textile and food waste management. Why did we decide to put these two topics together in one panel? For me, the answer on this question is not very clear, honestly speaking, but I was thinking that the problem of textile and food waste management is combined due to the amount of this waste. There are a lot of food and a lot of textile wastes. There is a huge problem to accumulate and relocate these materials. So today we are going to discuss these topics with our speakers. And the reason for that is that our Norwegian speaker, our Russian speaker have experience in this field. They know how to manage the textile and food waste, which can be somehow reused. I often heard that most textile products are thrown away after the first use. And in Russia, there are around 17 million tons of food waste landing on landfills. among these 17 million tons per year, there are a lot of food items which actually could have been eaten. But unfortunately, this food lands either in the waste heap or on landfills. The questions we're going to discuss today is how we can use the food which is otherwise considered as waste, or how can we manage this type of wastes. I would like to ask Paula to say a couple of words on what kind of products land in the food bank Matzentralen. Where do you accumulate these products from? Do they come from different shops and production sites, or do they come from Horeca? Or maybe you can also have there some foods from private households, the so-called horizontal food sharing. Please say a couple of words on how your project is working and on what economical fundament it works. Who is your sponsor? Who is financing your product? Please, you have the floor. Unfortunately, there is no sound. Maybe your mic is switched off.
I'm really sorry. I have to apologize, but I didn't even know you were talking to me because I don't get any interpretation. There seems to be a technical problem, and unfortunately, I don't speak Russian.
А у нас есть перевод для Паулы?
Yes, we do have interpretation for Paula, yes.
Но вам нужно выбрать канал, первый или второй.
Так, русский перевод слышу, да. Угу. Владимир, спасибо. Тебя слышно?
Well, I can try to speak English, then you should have an interpretation.
Да, слышно, спасибо.
Спасибо,
На русский слышно. Сейчас она Давайте тогда мы, может быть, немножко...
Maybe we try to start with our second speaker. And all the questions I have asked to Paula can actually be applied also to Natalia Glichan. And the same works in the field of textile waste. Maybe you could say a couple of words about your experience of Spasiba charity store in Russia. Okay, thank you. I think that when I speak about the textile waste, I can also speak out of the experience of all charity stores in Russia, because we all have the same challenges. We try to collect the textile items, the clothes you don't need, and to somehow work with them. Around 10% of the textile waste collected is sold in our shops. We have 8 shops in St. Petersburg, and we work together with 10 regional shops and markets where we can sell the clothes collected in Russia. There are 158 containers of our company Spasiba in St. Petersburg. I know that there are at least 200 containers of different companies in Moscow. In St. Petersburg, we also have containers of the company Lepta. Maybe you have seen such containers in the streets. And all these containers are usually full with clothes of different people. Then these clothes are brought to a centralized collection point and sorted. Each company working in this segment collects different parts of the collected textiles. And I will speak of our own experience. We sort in more than 20 categories. These are clothes which can be sold in the shops. These are clothes which can be then sent to a charity center. That's also our own charity center. And we send these clothes to different charity funds in St. Petersburg, in Leningrad region, and in different Russian regions. We help the crisis centers for women and families. We send clothes to Ночлежка, to Maltese Help Center, and different funds which are less known. Nevertheless, we send clothes we collect also to them. There are also different organizations for seniors, for elder people, and we also help them with clothes. Last year, we started working together with the project Teacher for Russia, or Teacher for the Region, sorry, and we make interesting events and parties for school teenagers. They come to our parties with their friends, and it's a kind of modern ecological party with ecological content. And you can also get to know different people. It's usually done in a nice format, but we help people who need help, and at the same time, it's not humiliating for the people who get this help. Around 50% we send for recycling. These are rags. These are fibers which we cannot recycle, and out of that we do rags which can then be used for different industrial purposes. Also, we make the filling for boxing equipment, and our own new startup makes new clothes out of rags we collect. These are different caps and jackets, and that's outdoor clothes in general. You can see that the fabrics looks different from the typical one. There is a shop called Tak Tak on the metro station Debenka in St. Petersburg, and 10% of the collected clothes lands in landfills. These are broken toys of unknown plastic types, different types of equipment. We cannot recycle and reuse old shoes and boots. We know that there are some projects dealing with recycling of shoes and boots, but unfortunately we still could not start partnerships with them. We are open to work together with them in this respect. Maybe we will say a couple of words on technology a bit later on. My question goes in the economical direction. How does your charity organization work? Where do you take money for installing the containers? Where do you find the funds for logistics, for distribution centers and transportation needs? What is the economical side of your project? And what would you like to change or to make better in this respect? Where do you see growth points? Well, our project is a project of social entrepreneurship. But in reality, we work as LLC, and we have to conduct the financial work in our 8 shops on our own. We have to find money for ongoing work and for assistance of charity funds. Every month we send the same amount of money to 14 different charity funds of St. Petersburg. And that's very important for us because they can count on our help. All the sums can be found on the website. We have already sent over 30 million rubles to Russian St. Petersburg funds, Ночлежка, Advita, Toplý dom, online help for teenagers, and 10 other funds. I would like to ask whether our second speaker managed to log in again. I can see Paula again. Can you hear us now, and can you hear the interpretation now? Paula, unfortunately, we cannot hear you because your mic is switched off.
О,
Hello.
отлично, мы слышим вас.
Great, now we can hear you. I will repeat my question, which I wanted to ask you from the very beginning. Could you please tell us a couple of words on how your organization works? Where do you get the food waste, which you then re-spread, or not food waste, the food which you re-spread? Does this food come from HoReCa, from shops, or also from private households? Maybe there is this horizontal food sharing as well. Can you accept the food from private households? And another question, what is the financial fundament for your organization? Where do you find the money for your ongoing work? Could you please give us this kind of overview so that we understand how Foodbank Matcentralen works?
Thank you so much. And once again, I apologize for the technical problems in the beginning and for missing out the introduction. And it's a pleasure for us to be here. I wish I was there though. But do you hear well?
Yeah, we can hear you well. Yeah, thank you.
So I'm a project manager in the organization called Matcentralen, which is basically a network of food banks. We have 8 food banks in the whole country, and these food banks, they work primarily with producers and wholesalers of food, so actors in the beginning of the supply chain mostly. This is because we prefer to focus in large volumes of food at once, instead of the possibility of maybe rescuing food from supermarkets or events, which usually has a much shorter shelf life, and it also has more challenges in terms of logistics in order to rescue this food. So in that also we don't accept food from general people because of food safety regulations. We focus mostly in production and wholesalers in the food chain. So what we do is to rescue this food. We gather it all in a big storage, and then we collaborate with over 400 charity organizations that come and pick up the food for free from our storages. In regards to the financial part, half part of the budget is covered by the government, both national and regional governments, and the other half part is covered by different foundations that support us, but also the food industry that supports us. In addition to giving us food, they also give us money in order to be able to run these operations.
Okay, thank you. And the products, the food that you get from the producers and from the wholesalers, are these products which are in the so-called risk zone? Does it mean that these products would otherwise be thrown away? Or are these products which you just get as charity investment in a way? So today I was speaking about people or about food. Is your orientation to save food and products or to save people who are dealing with lack of food? So people-oriented or food-oriented?
That's a very good question. Our goal is to reduce both poverty and food waste. So what we work with is surplus food. Surplus food is food that falls out of the system for different reasons. Do you hear me now?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you. Everything's okay.
And this food falls out of the system for different reasons, as I said. For example, it could be that a food product has the wrong label on it. It could be that there was an accident in the storage and then something fell into the ground, but the contents of the food are still good. It could be that a product is taken out of the supermarket shelf because of season. There's different reasons why products fall out of the system. So that is why we like to say that what our role is sort of being a safety net for the food system, because one can reduce food waste in many different ways. But as I said, there's always food that still falls out of it, of the system. So we, by being the safety net of the food industry and getting this food and avoiding that it goes to waste, what we do is to basically move food from where there is too much of to where there is too little of. And this way we kind of like to think that we're like hacking the food system.
Спасибо.
Okay, thank you for this answer. It's highly interesting to hear. As far as I understood it, you take care of the products which cannot be sold in a classical way, so that these products are not just thrown away, and at the same time you spread them amongst people who have need of them. If you don't mind, I will continue asking you questions because we started with the food industry. You work with poor people, so these are people who really are in need for these products, or with low-income people. Or you can also give these products to mid-class, to people who have enough money but who just want to use your services. Can simple people from middle class also get access to the products out your food bank, Maatcentralen?
Well, to some people it might be surprising, but in Norway we do have 10% of the population living in poverty conditions in terms of relative poverty compared to the rest. So we do have people that struggles a lot. So that is why our focus is mainly charity. So, and this is also related to the law. When you do donate food, if you are to get any kind of tax incentive, the food.
Sorry, unfortunately, the sound disappeared again. We cannot hear you. The sound has disappeared. Unfortunately, the sound has disappeared around 30 seconds ago, so we cannot hear you.
Okay.
Could you try it again? Because yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah, thanks.
Вот теперь.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you heard my answer then.
No, практически.
Yeah, I would say that last 20-30 seconds at the end disappeared. So we hear that you basically give the products to the people who are in need and to the low-income people.
Yeah, I would say that some people might be surprising, but in Norway we do have familiar people, 10% of the population that lives in relative poverty. So we focus specifically in working with organizations that help people in need. And this is also related to the tax system. When you're going to claim the value-added tax of a product donated, this only works if you donate this food to charity. So for all other people, we usually recommend other solutions, like, for example, the use of apps like Too Good To Go or other apps that allow you to buy food at reduced price.
Отлично, спасибо большое.
Okay, thank you very much, Paula. And it's also great that you have mentioned the topic of VAT yourself. I wanted to ask one question on taxation. In Russia, right now, it is more profitable for a food store just to throw away the food products which they could not sell than to donate the products to the charity. Because if the store sends food products to waste, the store will not lose the 20% of the VAT. Otherwise, if these products go for charity, the food store loses this 20% of VAT, value-added tax. And right now, there is an initiative aimed at reducing or bringing the VAT to 0% if the products go to charity. It's a highly important question. Did I understand it correctly that you actually have the same problem in Norway, that it's also more profitable for a food store to throw away the products than to send them to the food bank?
It is correct that it is the same problem. At the moment, it costs maybe it's easier and cheaper to throw the food away than to donate it. But we do have a VAT return, but it still is cheaper to throw away than to donate. That is why we would really like to see more changes in terms of policy, in terms of incentives, to make it easier and more attractive to the food industry to donate this food to charity.
Thank you. I see that there's an opportunity for cooperation, because we need to promote things like that in Russia and in Norway too. And it would be great. My next question is about responsibility for the quality of products. So how do you transfer the guaranteed responsibility from the supplier through the bank and to the consumer of food? I mean, here in Russia, there is a regulatory body. It is called Rospotrebnadzor, which monitors, among other things, the safety of food distributed to the population, and it's a very, very strict governmental body. I mean, people are afraid of it, and it's an obstacle. It's like a hinder for food to be donated. How does it happen in Norway? Is there any institution like that? Does it help you, or does it create obstacles for you like in Russia? Or maybe you have initiatives to change it, and how do you ensure safety of food?
Yes, indeed. We also have a similar organ in Norway, and some people are scared of them as well. We in the food banks, we follow the guidelines set up by them in terms of food donation. So we cannot give food to the charities after the use-by date. We cannot freeze products after the use-by date, and so on. But these kind of restrictions don't really they don't hinder the redistribution of food in general. So it's not really a problem in that regard. But there was a first question also. There was something else you asked.
And how do you transfer responsibility for the safety, like from the food, from the supplier to you, to the bank, and from you to the consumer? How can consumers be sure that it's possible to eat it?
Yes, well, in addition to making a lot of awareness campaigns about food that it's okay to eat after the best before date, In legal terms, the food banks are considered as any other wholesaler, as another actor of the food system. So once we receive the food product, it's our responsibility in terms of storage and redistribution further. So that is why we have to comply with all of the guidelines given by our food safety organization. Once we give this food to the charity, then it's the charity the one that has the responsibility to make sure that they store it and redistribute it in a safe way.
All right, thank you very much, Paula. And I wanted to give the mic now to Natalia. I would like to hand over to her. I think that she also has a similar experience, and the charity shop Spasiba made an attempt several years ago to organize horizontal food sharing. The project was called the Public Fridge. And now Natalia would like to share her experience, what happened and how it all happened. Well, it all happened because of the above-mentioned reasons. We decided to work with a food sharing company, bought a fridge and installed it not far from our shops. We created a volunteering program so the volunteers could control the quality of products. And the idea was that if you don't need food, you can bring it to the fridge, and any person who needs it can take it from the fridge. So the fridge was was working and operating all the time. Volunteers only had to check the shelf life. And the fridge existed for 1 day only, because there is no responsibility, there is no legal entity that would be responsible for the quality of products in the fridge. Perhaps the problem would be the same in Norway, and our governmental body closed it because of that. But people reacted to it, and people started to pay attention to the fact how much food is wasted and how many people actually need them. So for half a year, we were organizing various discussions and tried to come up with solutions. We have a similar food bank, and it's called Rus Foundation. Perhaps Tatiana would speak about it. As far as I remember, it has a very similar operating model to what you have just described, Paula. And we have also several projects like Dari Yedu, or it's like Donate Your Food. It's a charity organization where simple people and not only enterprises can bring food that they have just bought from the supermarket, like buckwheat, for example, and the guys send it to the charity foundation. All right. Thank you, Natalia. Now I want to say a few words about almost the only food bank that exists in Russia, but actually it's quite big, and it has representative offices, so to say, in various cities of Russia, and that is Rus Food Bank. The products end up there from the distribution centers, from wholesalers, when producers simply donate a part of their products. Usually these are the products that they cannot send anywhere because of logistics. So these are the products that have proper lifetime, their package is complete, everything is fine, but these products would just go out of the logistics system. And plus, in addition to that, there's food that people buy to donate. So in the shops, you can see boxes where you can put buckwheat, for example, or some cans with meat for charity. Also, I wanted to tell you that currently in the world there are various operating models for food redistribution. There are food banks, for example, and there's horizontal food sharing, when you just pass the food from one person to another person. It's like customer to customer, C to C. I would like to share some news with you. TR Center has started a project called 1 million tons, and it created a chat in Telegram So there you can easily give the food that you do not need to other people and get the food from other people in the same district. Plus, recently an NGO has been published and Moscow food sharing has become a legal entity, which is great. So we are starting to have more and more organizations of this type working officially. That's why I would like to ask one question. Do you have any competition in Norway among food banks? You are one of the food banks.
Yes, first I would like to comment on this Natalia mentioned of the fridge. We have a couple of similar fridges also in Norway, and it was very interesting to hear that we have very similar struggles because we also had issues when it comes to food safety. So many of these fridges were closed after a while. And one solution that was found in one municipality in Norway was to place this fridge. There's two solutions. One is placing the fridge in the library. So the library has an employee that looks after the in and out of the food. And another one, they have the fridge inside the municipality. So again, there they have a position of a person that works exclusively with that. And in that way, we could do this fridge idea, but indeed has a lot of challenges. Yes, and then I forgot your question, of course, I'm so sorry.
Is there any competition between food banks?
No, we are the only network of food banks with the 8 food banks. Of course, we collaborate with many organizations that help us redistribute the food. And there's many of these organizations that they also have their own mini food bank, but there's no food banks other than the ones in our network. And the first one was just open 7 years ago, so it's not so much of a. It's something still new for us too.
All right, thank you. May I ask one question? And what happens in Russia in Telegram channel? What about responsibility there? When food is redistributed without intermediate, it is redistributed in such a way that the responsibility passes from one person to another, and Rospotrebnadzor doesn't deal with that. And what about the fridge? Well, if it's a fridge, you put it in the fridge and you don't see the person who takes it. Like, you don't see the eyes of this person. That's why the responsibility does not pass from one person to another. But if you do it without intermediate, then there's no problem with the responsibility. I mean, responsibility transfers from one person to another directly, and you have to check the safety of products on your own. Okay. Let's now move on to another topic, and it's about popularization of textile management and the use of textile waste or potential textile waste of food products that we receive from food sharing. What do you think we can do about it? How can we resolve the ethical problem when people are not ready to use something which was, for example, used before or which was chosen by another person? What about Natalia? What about your experience? How do you attract young people to use second-hand clothes? How do you explain to young people that it's great that you can get more products in your wardrobe, that you can look better? And there's an organization that organizes swaps of clothes among youngsters. Natalia, what other practices can you share with us to change the mindset of people? Well, I would like to speak about another topic. I would like to go back to food. I see that with clothes, it's quite easy, and we manage to have a good cooperation with the citizens. We take clothes from people, and we can use these clothes to help people in need. We work directly with the population, but we do not manage to do it with the food. When it comes to food, you better work with the suppliers and with the desire of the suppliers to give food and to donate it. And what about experience in Norway? What about responsibility of textile suppliers? As far as I understand, it's not so easy to donate things, and maybe companies would like to cooperate with us, but they just cannot donate clothes because of various legal issues. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. Paula, what about expanded responsibility system in Norway? Let me explain what we have in Russia. In Russia, we have the so-called expanded responsibility of the supplier. It's called differently in the legislation, but this expanded responsibility of the supplier covers textile products. There's like a segment called underwear. There is a segment called table linen. There is a segment called clothes, and so on. So there are different segments. So when you sell clothes, when you supply clothes to the market, you have to ensure that a certain percentage of it is collected and recycled. So this expanded responsibility of supplier. But here in Russia, we have quite a lot of problems with this term. It's not so well established. I would say that this aspect is about to die. Nevertheless, there is a certain responsibility of the clothes supplier, and it gives you some economic leverage for suppliers to ensure that at the end of the life cycle or in the middle of the life cycle is redistributed, collected, and recycled in a proper way. Is there anything like that in Norway? And do redistribution centers for clothes in Norway receive any money from the producers of clothes? Can you speak about that, please?
That's a very, very interesting to hear about how it works in Russia. As far as I know, we don't have such a kind of relation. But we do, but the donation and reuse of clothing is something very popular. And this is usually done by the charity organizations, which most of the times are the same charity organizations that collect food from the food banks. So, for example, the Salvation Army or the City Mission, all of these kind of organizations are the ones that receive the clothes. And then they have shops where they sell these clothes for a discounted amount. So these organizations, they receive support from the government, but not just because they're collecting and putting these clothes in the market again, but just as a charity organization. So that includes all of the different services. So in addition to maybe having a soup kitchen where they serve food every Friday to people in need, maybe they also run a shop with clothes where they sell clothes for a discounted price.
Понятно, да.
All right, thank you. Natalia, would you be able to speak about swaps? Well, I have already spoken about that, but how do you change the consumption model of people? I hope that our offline and online participants will calculate how much clothes they have owned them, which was bought from the store and from the second hand. I have like 25% of clothes which was new, and all the rest is second hand. So I wear clothes which was already worn by other people. What about you guys? How can you destroy the obstacles? How can you popularize this idea? How can you tell people that it's cool and that we can start a new consumption model? Well, the whole world works in this direction. Well, my underwear was new and my stockings too, but all the rest was used before. Well, in any season of the year, I have a similar situation. Well, bloggers, PR guys, environmental guys, all around the world speak about the negative impact of textile industry on the earth and how important it is to prolong the life cycle of each unit of apparel. We always say that there is lack of clothes for men and big sizes. The environmental side of me is happy. It means that these people wear it till it is completely worn out. And I hope that one day, in the nearest future, it will be trendy to wear vintage clothes. And I hope that it will be trendy to wear clothes till it destroys. I mean, till there are holes, till it is worn out completely. I don't know how to describe it. But, you know, we have been there for 10 years, well, even 11. And throughout the whole period of our existence, we tell people how important and how cool it is to create wonderful looks out of second-hand things. And these clothes is wonderful. It's not worse than what you buy in the shop. Sometimes you go to the shop and you buy an expensive thing, and you pay. If you buy it in the second hand or in the charity shop, you pay less.
And it's cool that you do this thing, and I can remember your different looks. You can create a capsule wardrobe, and I think that second hands are pretty special in respect of designer clothes. Could be a great movement. But now I would like to speak on a slightly different topic. I would like to speak on what do the clothes you get consist of, and what you do with them if you understand that they cannot be reused. I don't know. For example, how many pieces of clothes you get from blended clothes, from non-recyclable clothes, and when you understand that there are different materials, it's a blended clothing, then how do you split them, and when sorting, how you define between different types of clothing. What do you do to use these resources as intense as possible? What happens next with all these materials? And I don't know, maybe you think that it makes sense to somehow unify the whole process. I don't know, in every piece of clothing you have different fittings, zip locks, etc., etc. How many stuff of that you get? What is the percentage of cotton in the blended piece of clothing? Okay, thanks for these questions. I will tell you a story, and after that I will also pass the mic to a colleague of mine who is present here in the hall. He has a lot of experience. A long time ago, we had our own machine for recycling of the clothing materials. By that time, I could have answered your question perfectly because we have sorted everything out. We had rags, we had white clothing, we had colored clothing, and we really understood all the percentage. Everything other than 100% synthetical clothes could have been recycled. Synthetics went to landfills. And out of that, we made fiber, which could have been used for the furniture production. However, that's not economically feasible when you have not so much of the material. We collect 140,000 tons every month. Around 20% of that goes into recycling. And that's not that big. It's not a huge amount. So we sort out only the clothes which can be recycled and which can be not. And then we send it to bigger factories which collect rags from all the companies who collect clothing. I know the project Lepta, and there is a colleague of mine who is present here in the room. Maybe he can give a more detailed answer. Could we please give the mic to Dmitry? Okay, Lepta is one of the leading projects in Russia for collecting old clothing and separating them. Please tell a couple of words about yourself. Yes, my name is Dmitry Karlin. I represent the project Lepta, but we managed to create a whole ecosystem. We collect clothing, we recycle it, we rework it. There is a second project in this ecosystem called Talkova. That's a resale project which works with a network of postomats. We can sell clothing and send it to these postomats. As for recycling, I am dealing with this subject for already more than 20 years. We started in Kaliningrad, and there is still our company which works with around 200,000 tons per month. But that's the company which works not for the Russian market, but for the export market. That has to do with the Russian regulations and laws. We collect more than 200,000 tons per month. We have a factory in Yekaterinburg, and we produce rags for different industrial uses. We have our clients who buy these materials. But the main problem for us is that we have a lack of raw materials. We need around 100 tons for a small enterprise to start working. We do collect this amount. We try to do everything to keep this enterprise working, but lack of raw material is the main problem for us. And could you maybe tell us about the percentage, how much cotton you have, how much blended fabrics, how much synthetics? I would say that 10% can be considered as rags in the 100% meaning of this word. Some clothes can be still used as clothing and can be used as rags. Our opinion is that we try to use as many things as clothing as possible. It's better for the environmental. Our shops work in the following way. We try to use as much clothing as possible. And we just give away clothing for free as much as possible in our shops. In this way, we can avoid a lot of waste. Okay, thank you very much, Dmitry. I'm glad to hear that there are some participants here in the room who can professionally take part in our discussion. Well, okay, discussion is maybe too big a word, but still, we are speaking about it. And Natalia wanted to add that around 10% of fabric is cotton in the rags, and 80% are blended fabrics. Around 20% right now blended fabrics where you have around 70% of synthetics. And this synthetic fabric cannot be recycled and reused. There are several startups trying to find a solution for that. It's a pity that we have no Finnish colleagues right now in the room because we know that there is a chemical recycling factory in Finland. It's very interesting for us, and I know that the Finnish companies have high interest for working with us, with Russia. I hope that synthetic fabrics from Russia could be recycled in Finland. Do I understand it correctly that you see no problem in the fact that there is a lot of synthetical fabric and clothing in the market? Yes, I don't see a lot of problem in that. I see that synthetic fabric have a lot of positive sides as well. There are a lot of functional advantages. It would be cool to make it part of the circle, and then it would be great. Okay, thanks for your opinion. I also have a kind of link to the circular economy principle. We usually have two cycles which shouldn't be mixed with each other. One cycle is technogen materials, and the second cycle are organic or materials or materials of natural origin, which have, I don't know, for example, soil in its fundament. If we take blended fabrics, we have cotton, we add 5% of polyester, maybe produced out of plastic bottles, and make jeans out of that. What happens at this point? How can this fabric be potentially recycled in the future? Is there a way to separate the fibers from each other, or what is the next way? Unfortunately, I am not a professional in these recycling technologies, and I have forgotten to mention upcycle. I think that upcycle is also a cool step before recycling. I know that in the previous discussion today, the experts spoke about repairing clothes, and I think that it's also a good way to handle with it. And today there is already a trend that local designers create new clothes out of old materials, for example, out of old jeans. And they look like new ones, and that's a cool product. So out of jeans material, then they can make dresses, they can make jackets, they can make new jeans, they can make different pieces of clothing. And I think that it's also a nice way for the future. Sometimes people throw away clothing when one piece of clothing is damaged and 80% are okay. Okay, my next question. What ways do you see to enhance the laws? What should be done to enhance repairing of clothing? Well, okay, I would say that our lawmakers should just pay attention to the fact that it's a very complicated work to redesign and recreate clothing. That would be good, because right now the customers are not ready to pay for new old clothing more money than for new clothing. If these new old clothing could have a lesser cost, that would be profitable and better for the branch. Okay. What is your opinion? What is the ideal picture of how you use the primary raw materials in the very beginning of the production process? Should there be any criteria to make clothing more wearable so that the clothing doesn't tear apart so easily? Today we often have T-shirts which just are thrown away in a couple of weeks of everyday wearing. Well, that's a complicated question. I maybe even would ask Anastasia to answer it. I don't even want to start making thoughts in this direction because I just don't feel myself certain enough. I know that there is a huge deficit, lack of fabrics for local designers. Maybe it would be cool if the local fabric production could be enhanced to the level of needs of local designers. But it's a huge topic because the light textile industry in Russia has developed poorly in last decades, and that's a different topic. Well, yeah, for me the question is what should we do to reduce the potential amount of fabric waste? And enhancing the quality of clothing might be a factor. That was my idea. Okay, another factor is that people often throw away their clothing even when it's not bad enough. You can actually still wear these clothings. And maybe it makes sense that every item of clothing has a reasonable price. I mean, a new T-shirt shouldn't cost 50 euro. And if a new item costs like 1 euro, it's also not very good because people will think, okay, 1 euro, I can throw this T-shirt away and buy me a new one. I don't know. Do actions like buy 3 items for the price of 2 help? What can be done so that the people understand that producing a new piece of clothing, of cotton, is a costly process? Well, I said it from the very beginning. It's a question to the world economy. If you buy a T-shirt for 1 euro, then it's a huge question who produced this T-shirt and how the cotton was produced. And I'm sure that in Russia there are really a lot of people who are eager to buy a T-shirt for 1 euro just because they cannot afford a more expensive one. And I wanted just to try to find a general picture, but I see that you are not ready to keep on speaking in this direction. Okay. What do you think on topic of transnational waste transportation? Should it be forbidden? Should it stay? Is it a good approach? I don't know. In Kaliningrad, there was a problem. Kaliningrad is surrounded by different countries and has no borders with Russia. So it was very complicated to move wastes over the border and at the end, a lot of products were exported. Do you imagine any complications in this direction? Yeah, for example, we have a query from Romania, but we cannot work together with them because there are no standards for working in such situations. I don't know. Maybe it's a good idea to send everything to Romania for recycling. Maybe it's better to let it stay in Russia. But out of waste management point of view, that would be actually great with transnational stuff. In Finland, in Scandinavian countries, there are technologies for recycling and reusing, and we don't have these technologies. It would be great to send some clothes to these countries, saving the planet in a way. And we are not allowed to do that before of existing regulations. Yeah, I see your point. St. Petersburg is closer to Finland than to Yekaterinburg, for example. And it would make sense to consider transnational collaborations in such regions, so that we could manage the streams between regions, even if these regions are in different countries. I have a question to you, Paula. Could you please say a couple of words on challenges you have in your working fields? You mentioned value-added tax. You mentioned the control organs, authorities. Maybe there are other challenges for your scope of work that you cannot work efficiently enough, for example.
Yes, well, the things you mentioned are not really a challenge for us because, as I said, even though the challenge is that it's still cheaper to throw the food away than to donate it. But they do get a tax return, which is neat that there's also incentives so that it's actually more attractive. And in regards to food safety, we really don't, it's not really an obstacle either. I would think that the biggest obstacle is this thing I mentioned just now, that it still is cheaper and easier to donate the food, to throw away the food rather than donate it. So that would be our biggest challenge. And also that we are a small country that has a long extension, so we don't really reach everywhere. And we don't really have all of the actors working with us yet. So the challenge would be to get more actors in the food industry donating their food.
Ну, объединение всегда.
Well, yeah, uniting different actors is always very important. We have also several questions from our chat, as Andrei mentions. I will pass the word to Andrei and he will ask them.
Yeah, we have two questions in the chat. One question is to Paula. Can the food go to the food bank if the shelf life is about to expire, but it's not expired yet? And Natalia, a question to you. The clothes from second-hand smells in a specific way, but the clothes from Spasiba organization doesn't. Why? Paula, could you start with your question? So we had a question in the chat during our live stream. Could you please answer it?
Very good question also. As I said, we receive food before and after the best before date. This is a date that indicates cosmetic standard. But we don't receive food after what it's called used by date, which is a food safety standard. Most of the food that we receive is actually has a best before date way before we receive it. It has a good time until the best before date. And this is because we work with the earlier the supply chain. So a food product can have, for example, till 20 days of shelf life. But the supermarket will only take it as long there is 30 days of shelf life. So then the wholesaler would sell it to us instead. So there is a system that I can explain real quick that goes to, if you see at the whole supply chain, and we simplify it in producer, wholesalers, and retail. And we simplify it and say, the producer has to give the food to the wholesaler with at least 30 days before the best before date. And then the wholesaler needs to give the product to the retailer with at least 30 days of shelf life. This is so that they actually have enough time to redistribute or to sell the product. But this plays a little bit against, because sometimes it could be that there is only 20 days left instead of 30, but still the producer cannot send it to the wholesaler. And this usually gets thrown away. Thankfully now we have the food bank take this food instead and reinsert it in the food system in a way.
Большое спасибо.
Thank you very much for your answer. It's a very, very interesting practical approach. I think that we can make a record about it. For example, we offered to make a double date for shelf life, like till what moment this product can be sold, and the second date is like a classical shelf life, like till what moment you can eat it. And before these two dates, you can only give this product to people free of charge. Like if the first date is on, it means that this product should be handed over to the distribution center or to the food bank, and you cannot sell it anymore. If you see that someone sells a product with such a shelf life, you can make a claim. That was the system we offered, and now we are at the stage of discussion. Its drawbacks and benefits with Russian retailers. Do you think that such system would be appropriate for you, Paula?
I think that there definitely needs to be a change in this system. I do understand the food safety considerations and the commercial considerations also. If a supermarket is to receive a product with only 3-4 days to sell it, then it's very frustrating for that supermarket. And this, when we talk about sustainability, we often forget that it also has to be economically sustainable, whatever thing we do. So I think that definitely would be great to have a regulation that mandated that if the food is after a certain date, it can be donated. But if you look at the hierarchy on food waste reduction, then it says that the very first action is going to be selling the product for reduced price. So that is what the supermarkets do now. For example, most of them have a shelf where they would put the food either approaching the best before date or a bit after the best before date. And this sells for 40 or 50% discount. Now, when it comes to the use by date, we cannot donate or sell or do anything with this food because in this case, it can be dangerous to eat it. But it's very interesting to hear the proposal you had.
Спасибо.
Thank you, Paula. Yeah, Natalia. And now I would like to ask you to answer the second question. It's a question about treatment of clothes sold at Spasiba shops. All the shops at Spasiba stores, all the clothes at Spasiba stores are treated with vapor. So we tried to analyze European experience. There are actually 3 ways. First is gas, and as far as I know, the clothes is treated with gas when it comes from Europe and USA. There's another way. We tested the so-called eco-friendly liquids for clothes treatment. But the clothes can be really different, and from technical point of view, it was very difficult. We had to clean it, to wash it, and then dry it. So when it comes to big amounts, like 100 tons, it's too complicated. It's simply impossible. That's why we use vapor to treat the clothes. And during the pandemics, we had additional vapor treatment after fit-outs. And other retailers do the same in their shops. So we treat the clothes just like other apparel shops do it. And now I know why clothes at Spasiba does not have any smell, simply because you treat it with vapor, and it's done for the purpose of safety, and it's also done to make sure that the clothes is disinfected. There is just no need to do chemical treatment, right? Yes, absolutely. If it's not transported for a long time, there is no problem. And vapor is the most eco-friendly thing. Okay, cool. Now, dear people in the hall, if you have any questions to the speakers, please do not hesitate to ask the questions right now. And don't be afraid to use our roving mic. Please introduce yourself. Thank you. Do I have to stand up, or can I ask the question like that? You can stay seated. I'm a coach and trainer and a consultant on circular economy. My name is Maria Zhevlakova. I have several questions and one comment. I'd like to start with a comment. First, I am absolutely inspired with Spasiba project. I have been following you since its first days. I know Yulia, the founder of the project. So when I make presentations about circular economy, I always speak about you as a good case. I speak about you as a case from Russia, because Russian students always want to hear about examples from Russia. But I started to do it only when you started to have an infrastructure with the containers, when you started to have a system to collect the clothes. I have a question, and maybe it's a question to have something to think about in the future. On the one hand, we want to reduce the amount of textile and to prolong the life of clothes, to send less clothes to the landfill. At the same time, do you think there is an opportunity, or maybe someone has already created a digital model for that? Can we calculate the environmental footprint from all these operations, including the production and installation of containers, logistics of clothes? You say that some of the clothes is resold in small cities and small towns, like you can send the clothes there. I don't want to criticize you. I don't want to say that you do something wrong. It's just a question if you have calculated it. Because you said that economic side of the project is always important. And what about the environmental aspects of the project? On the one hand, we want to decrease the amount of waste on the landfill. We prolong the life cycle of clothes. This is one side, but what kind of impact it has on the environment? Maybe there are some research works done in the universities. Well, in addition to containers, we have become accessible because during pandemics, we started collection of clothes from the apartments, and you pay money for that. But it's like a donation for charities. It costs 350 rubles for charity organizations. And as far as eco footprint is concerned, it's a good question. I know you for a long time. We got acquainted at Environmental Union. I know the topic you are talking about. I mean, we have been discussing it a lot. Are we about charity, or are we about environment? And we talked about the same with Paula. We had a strategic session where the heads of our departments asked themselves a question: what is more important, environment or charity? And maybe the more you care about environment, the less you need to take care of charity. But maybe now we have to use the word not charity, but sharing. We did not calculate environmental footprint. We have been in the market for 11 years, but it's still a new industry in Russia. So we use all our efforts to make sure that less clothes end up in the landfill. It seems like we do not have enough efforts to calculate the footprint. We know that we get 140 tons of clothes and only 10 or 14 tons end up in the landfills. Perhaps it's possible to work with the universities. We actually cooperate with universities, and perhaps it's good to organize such research. Why not? Any other questions? Would you like to ask something, Maria? I will give you the mic a little bit later. Hi, my name is Dima, and I study eco business. So there's one thing I wonder about. If we develop environmental approach, and then we will have less and less materials we have to share with each other. And what about the future? in 10 or 20 years, this system might not be demanded. What are your targets for the nearest future? What do you mean that it will not be demanded? You mean that people will not buy clothes or the economy will be circular? Yeah, the economy will be circular and more environmentally friendly. Yes, but it will be circular through an operator because children grow up, we change our size, and so on. You don't want to use this thing anymore because you're bored with it like that. You need someone to give it to. Our plans are all related to environmental protection. We want to develop repairing of clothes. We want to develop sharing of clothes. And there's one more thing. We want to develop the leasing of clothes. Well, we still think about it. There is a conflict of interest when it comes to leasing and selling, but that is the way to go. And recycling and less clothes in the landfills. These are our targets. So efficiency indicator for you is the percentage of clothes which does not end up in the landfill, and the amount of money that you give to the charity organizations. Absolutely. And this is the indicator, like GDP for the country. Yes, absolutely. In the nearest future, we want to have a situation that in any regions of Russia, it will be easy to get clothes and to give it to the charity organization. Paula, is there anything you would like to add?
Yeah, I would like to add something because I think that actually it was a very interesting question. I didn't get the name of the student, but I think that ultimately it seems to me that with this kind of initiatives like with clothes recycling or with the food banks, we are aiming at reducing food waste and reducing the overuse of clothes that we have today. So it is true that hopefully it will have an impact on our production and consumption, and we will buy less food and we will produce less food, so that would mean that we will waste less and we will produce less clothing. And in here it's very interesting everything that Natalia was saying before in regards to upcycling and making clothes with used materials and so on, and all of these things. I hope that they come more and more of in the future.
В идеале собственный.
Yes, we should create our own collections based on second-hand clothes from Spasiba charity organization. Cool. I think that the things we do with the manufactured food and with the manufactured clothes bring us to really significant consequences because they change the model of consumption. And that is exactly what we want, to produce less, to have suitable things, to have things when you don't need to buy 100 pieces of clothes to find out what is convenient for you. The model of consumption changes, and that is exactly what we are striving for. Maria, would you like to make a comment? Yes, I would like to make a comment. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to share one comment with you. And this comment is about the practice of Spasiba shops. So during our discussion, someone asked a question about the future of clothes and the future of fashion business. It turns out that when we speak about sustainable fashion, awareness in fashion business, responsible fashion, it's about the creating more eco-friendly clothes or creating new collections. But let's think about the fashion of the future. The fashion satisfies needs of people. We have fast fashion now, and fast fashion can satisfy non-material needs of people, and all the problems are related to that. We use non-material things to satisfy our emotional needs. I would like to say thank you to Spasiba organization, because you create wonderful parties and swaps parties. You satisfy emotional needs of people, not only with the help of material things. Perhaps the development of your project could be related to that. You already have some clothes, and we want to make our best to use it as much as possible. But at the same time, we need to change the mindset of people so that they buy less, even if they can afford it from the financial point of view. And we can do it if we organize parties, if we invite people who are responsible, who have fun. Perhaps that is the way to go. Why not? I will be happy to give you a helping hand. It's just a comment. It's just a thought. But this is the kind of thought that I always have at all of our meetings. Plus, there are a lot of young designers that are willing to create something new, but for whom? And what kind of needs do they want to satisfy? If they can create new things out of old things, and that would help people self-realize. You know, if you go to YouTube, there are a lot of bloggers on YouTube, on Instagram that just unpack what they buy. And the only question that comes to my mind is why? Like, what for? Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak.
I see another question in the room, even two questions. Please introduce yourself. Hello, my name is Paulina. I am really glad to see you all. I follow all of you virtually for years already. I am a young designer, and I have graduated from the Academy for Industrial Design, and my diploma work was done or designed out of the clothing from the shop Spasiba. Already by that time, I had a huge wish just to tell everyone about Spasiba and about the huge potential of this project. The whole trend for upcycling, rethinking clothing, that you can create new designed clothings which can actually be worn by people, that these designer works can have life. So in my designer opinion, there is a huge perspective in upcycling, redesigning of old clothings. Of course, there should be the payment for handicrafted things, but I think that it's one of the future directions. And all the organizations of the future which are going to work in the fashion industry will have to somehow deal with the reality. And I'm sure that there will be a friendly set community of people, and out of this community there will be a new system established. So I can only wish success to all and every one of us. Okay, thank you. We even have wardrobes for young designers in our storage rooms. You can come to this wardrobe, search for a clothing item you're interested in, and work with it. And there are several designers who come to us and who create new things, and we're eager to sell these items. For example, there is a new designer set of dresses made out of old male shirts. So it can be also an interesting direction for you. Okay, thank you. Dmitry, I see that you wanted to give a comment. Yes. There is a comment to textile waste management in St. Petersburg. We have calculated how many you have, and I can give you an example, a visual example. If you take the Palace Square in St. Petersburg, you will have 4 1.6 meters high heap of textile wastes, which would cover all the square place. That's a huge amount. And we can develop our companies, we can offer some solutions, but we must understand that at the end we will just reduce this heap by centimeters. But still, there are going to be meters and meters high heaps of these wastes. And to change this situation dramatically, we need a new mindset in the society. The state has to somehow make a point. First thing I see is that the vision changes with the time. But the technology we apply are also old technologies. These are technologies of the last century. And today we live in the digital era. And we have to apply the best available technologies, the digital technologies, to solve this issue. We can see how these technologies can be applied, how they develop. And I think that the technologies can change the world. I'm sure that we will see some positive results in this field in the next years, and we hope to solve the issue in collaboration with other participants. Thank you. Thank you, Dmitry. I think that digitalization should be also considered for these aspects. More and more people should be involved in these projects and processes. I see that our time is up, and I would like you to think, just to make a thought on what you personally do for making a better impact on the environment, what you personally do for respreading of things so that low-income people could profit from that. I can only wish that each and every person brings more harmony in her or his life and create less waste. I would like to thank Paula and Natalia for taking part in our panel discussion. I also would like to thank all the participants in this room for asking questions and giving comments and for the ideas you presented. I hope that next year we are going to speak on a completely different level, because this time we have formulated the problems and issues, and next year maybe we will offer solutions. And I would like to close up our today's session on that. Thank you very much. Thank you and goodbye. We would like to sum up the conference. We would like to thank the Ecological Center Bellona in the name of all general consulates and embassies for co-organizing this event. That was the first event of our festival, and tomorrow we will have a huge event. It's going to last for the whole day. There will be some exhibitions opened also for on ecological topics. And we also invite you to our website, nordicweeks.ru. There you can see the whole program. There you can choose the events which maybe you find interesting. These weeks are going to last for the whole month. Now I would like to pass the word to Ksenia. Yes, thank you very much. I would like to thank the representation office of the Nordic countries in St. Petersburg. We work with them together from time to time, and it's every time a great opportunity for us, because the Scandinavian, the Nordic countries have a lot of experience in ecological questions. Bellona as a center functions since 1998, and today we see a much higher interest to ecological and environmental issues than before. There are a lot of online and offline events taking part in St. Petersburg and around, and it's a great opportunity for us to speak about important issues. It's also great that we can invite all interested people to eco-activism, and that's the end of our today's event. Thank you very much.